Guests, dignitaries in the audience, ladies and gentlemen. Today we gather at a defining moment in history, one driven by knowledge, resilience, and unstoppable spirit of youth. Across the world, young entrepreneurs aren't just building startups, they are building ecosystem of change and redefining industry with their vision and purpose. As Red Hoffman once said, it is not the disruptive ideas, but disciplined execution that ensures lasting success. With that thought, I, Shaurya Singh, welcome you all to the Leadership Summit 2025, Youth Entrepreneurship and Start-up Governance, guiding the next generation of leaders towards stability and success. We are privileged to be guided by an illustrious panel, Vice Chancellor Professor Shyam Menon, CEO ACIC Professor Devinder Singh, Summit Chair Professor Jolly Massey, and Co-Chair Professor Vishali Sharma, along with our faculty members, industry collaborators, and visionary participants. India today stands at the third largest startup hub globally with over 125,000 registered startups across 650 plus districts. Notably, 45% are founded by youth under 35 and 18% by women entrepreneurs, a reflection of inclusivity and dynamism shaping our innovation landscape. Yet, as highlighted by the CB Insight report, nearly 70% of startups falter within 5 years, often due to governance or physical gaps. To our young entrepreneurs, remember, governance enables creativity, and to our mentors and investors, your insistence on ethics ensures that innovation leads to real impact. As we begin this summit, let's engage critically, think boldly, and strive to build enterprise that lead with intellect, act with integrity, and endure with purpose. On behalf of BML Munjal University, I warmly welcome you all to a day of learning, collaboration, and inspiration. As we embark on this remarkable journey of ideas, inspiration, and leadership, let's begin by evoking the light, a timeless symbol of wisdom, purity, and new beginnings. The flame we kindle today represents the spark of knowledge that dispels darkness and ignites hope. To mark the auspicious beginning of the Leadership Summit 2025, may I now invite our esteemed dignitaries, Professor Jaya Ahuja, Professor Risha Mishra, Dr. Suneet Soni, Professor Jaskiran Arora, Professor Devinder Singh, Professor Prashant Verma, Professor Jolly Massey, and Professor Vishali Sharma to kindly come forward for the ceremonial lamp lighting and illuminate the path for an inspiring day ahead. And also, Sunil Khan Munjal sir, please join us on stage. Thank, thank you to our chief guest, Shri Bharat Lal ji, and our esteemed dignitaries for gracing this ceremony. With the lamp lit and the aura illuminated, we now move forward with a heart full of optimism and minds ready to learn. To begin the day, we have an inspiring message from our Honorable Chancellor, Shri Sunil Kant Munjal, Chairman of Hero Enterprise, a visionary who continues to shape India's business and educational landscape through his dedication, innovation, ethics, and social responsibility. His leadership reminds us that true success lies in creating opportunities that empower others to grow and lead. So let's hear his thought on today's summit.
Good morning and good day to BML Munjal University's Leadership Summit. Sixth one in the series, and this time it's special because it's on youth, entrepreneurship, and startup governance. We have had a decade of startups exploding across the country to the extent that we have close to 2 lakh startups right now, providing close to 18 lakh jobs. So Indians are no longer only looking for jobs. They're also now become creator of jobs. And this was the original intent and idea when the entire movement for startups was launched, supported, promoted, and announced by the Prime Minister of the country himself. So I think we have clearly come a long way, but it is important that we're not just creating and fanning startups, but we are creating the scaffolding for them to be successful, providing them support, mentorship, funding, direction, and the idea to create a strong governance framework. It is, after all, not just ideas which become successful, but the scaffolding around them, a strong process and governance is essential for them to become successes and to turn into large companies and enterprises in the long term. This leadership summit is special because it not just invites outstanding, active thinkers and doers together. It brings in the kinds of people who had the practice to share, the ideas to probe your minds, and things to leave behind for you to think and do in the future. We take pride in the BML Munjal University having a curriculum, a culture, and a style of education which is experiential, which is hands-on, which allows people to learn, make real mistakes, and to move on from there, having used those as experience and a stepping stone for the future, to build a better future for themselves and for those around them. We believe this is an essential requirement for education, and many others in the future will follow this path to make the education truly experiential, not just theoretical and not just learning curriculum from books. This is true learning by doing, which is why it is important for us to talk about the governance, to talk about how the startups in the future and those which were set up in the not too distant past will actually get governed and build a future for themselves which is impactful in a positive way on society, which meets true needs by products and services that they produce, and which sets an example of quality management, quality governance for others to follow and emulate. And of course, this is what will help them to accelerate their path to growth, their path to the goals that they have set for themselves, or those that have been set by their funders, supporters, mentors, and the ecosystem around them. For us, these summits are a window to show the world how BMU or the BML Munjal University thinks, how it operates, and how it engages with the entire ecosystem of intellectuals, of researchers, and of practitioners, which is why we always pick themes and subjects which truly matter to the industry, to the economy, to the nation, and to people at large. Our purpose is not just to be another learning and teaching center, but to be one which also makes a large impact, a positive impact on society through the many practices that we have on campus and off campus. And off campus for us is as important as what we do on campus. So off campus is our interaction with research, with conferences, with researchers outside, with active thinkers, and engaging with society, with policymakers, with industry at large. It is therefore critical that all those who attend our summits are people who will both provide ideas and also benefit from the conversation that takes place. So good luck and good wishes to all of you. I hope you will find this beneficial. You will take something back with you and come back and visit us in the campus or online. Thank you. All the very best.
Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me an immense pleasure to introduce our distinguished chief guest, a leader whose vision, integrity, and tireless commitment to public service have left an indelible mark on our nation. Shri Bharat Lalji, the esteemed Secretary General of National Human Rights Commission, is widely recognized for his leadership rooted in innovation, inclusion, and impact. His remarkable words in initiatives such as Jal Jeevan Mission stands as a testament to how strategic vision and collaborative effort can transform life at scale. Through initiatives like Banbandhu Kalyan Yojana, he has championed empowerment and dignity for tribal communities, enabling opportunities and self-reliance at the grassroots. These initiatives reflect a spirit of forward-thinking leadership, one that resonates deeply with today's conversation. Shri Bharat Lalji's journeys remind us that leadership, whether in governance or enterprise, is ultimately about creating sustainable change and nurturing potential. Sir, we are truly privileged to have you among us, and we are warmly invite you to this stage to grace this occasion and share your inspiring thoughts with us. Shri Bharat Lalji, Professor Jaskin Arora, Suneet Soni, Ms. Jolly Masih, Shyam Menon sir, and Devinder sir, please join us on stage. I request our Vice Chancellor, Professor Shyam Menon, to address.
Distinguished guests, my dear colleagues, my dear students, and ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It's my privilege and pleasure to welcome you on our campus. We are tucked away, as I was sharing with the chief guest this morning, that we are tucked away a little from the urban center of the National Capital Territory. All the same, we are still in the periphery of the NCT, so we have the benefit of occasional visits like yours, and for us it's very valuable because it's seldom that we get people to visit our campus and be with us and give us the benefit of listening to them and also get to understand what we are doing. So let me, first of all, express my appreciation for the School of Management and the Atal Community Incubation Center, in whose collaboration this Leadership Summit has been happening. And this is the sixth iteration, right? And so that it actually has acquired the status of an institution within institution. So we want this annual event to be an opportunity for us to listen to critical actors and leaders in various areas which are of interest to our School of Management and our incubation activities. It also gives us the opportunity to engage with them in conversations which are meaningful to our own teaching, research, extension, and particularly at this juncture when after 10 years of our having been around, we have as a part of our decennial celebrations, we also did a certain deep introspection about where we are, how we started, what were our objectives, and where we are headed. That has created an opportunity for us to make mid-course corrections, think of innovative ways in which to move forward, align ourselves to the larger movement that our nation and world in general are going through. So this particular iteration of the Leadership Summit is of significance because of the choice of the topic that we have decided to talk about, youth entrepreneurship and startup governance. Entrepreneurship is an area in which this university, we take some pride in saying that we have made a mark for ourselves by creating a chair in that area, and also a group of academics, group of practitioners and researchers working in that area, essentially with the objective of introducing an element of entrepreneurship in all our programs, and also to enable building capacities in those among our students who have a special interest in entrepreneurship. And this works very closely with the ACIC, and some of our startups actually are, although the startups are aimed at people from the entire community, but some of the startups are actually from our own students. And of these, and for the encouragement and for the the resources for developing capacities in them, but we also learn a great deal from the authentic experiences that they bring onto the table. I must express on your behalf our gratitude for the visit of our chief guest, Sri Bharatlal, and I have a special affinity because he belongs to Gujarat and I belong to Gujarat too. So I'm particularly happy to welcome you here, and I hope this is just a first visit, and there will be many such, and there are many things that we have to learn from you, and I'm sure that through your visits you will be able to ventilate some of the ideas that we are trying to experiment with here. So thank you very much for coming here. I have also to welcome Sri Paneerselvam Madanagopal, the CEO, Methi Startup Hub, and Shri Prem Singh, President, Group CHRO, JK Group, and President, NHRDN. There are also 18 panelists in the programs that are laid out for this entire day, and all of you bring very, very important insights into this practice, into this area, and our students, our community, I personally will benefit out of listening to all of you. Thank you for coming, and I wish today's deliberations all the very best. And I once again express appreciation to School of Management and the ACIC for having come together to collaborate and create this series of annual events. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your inspiring and insightful message. Now, I would like to call our chief guest, Shri Bharat Lal ji, to share your inspiring thought with us.
Good morning to you all. First and foremost, thank you all of you, and especially the Vice Chancellor and your Professor, Dr. Jolly Masia, for having me here. Professor Shyam Menon, Professor Dr. Jolly Masia, Dr. Soni, and other faculty members, dear students, esteemed panelists, entrepreneurs, innovators, and dear friends. First and foremost, let me commend this university and School of Management for organizing this kind of meet, because it gives an opportunity for people like you, youngsters, to interact with industry leaders, business and thought leaders who are in this field. So I must compliment the university and management and Vice Chancellor, Registrar, Professor Jolly Masia, and other esteemed colleagues. Thank you. I think thank you. It's a wonderful way of doing things. Let me understand, and the way I understood the whole thing, let me explain you that what is the meaning of this summit. The summit is talking about youth entrepreneurship and startup governance. Entrepreneurship and governance. Keep this thing in mind, and I think I take liberty to say this for a whole day. I think we should be focusing on this thing. But what is the purpose? Producing next generation leaders, you people, next generation leaders towards stability and success. It means all those who conceptualize this conference, for them two things very, very important in life: stability and success. I think we will, in next 10-15 minutes, I would like to dwell a little bit about stability and little bit about success, what we mean by success. But I think this forum is a place where basically we get inspired for ideas, dialogue, and shape our dreams. I think this forum is going to help you in ideation, develop ideas, establish dialogue, and yes, develop your dreams, what you are going to do. And never forget, my young friends, never forget you have got only one life, because we are not sure about our second life. We have got only one life, and we have to make most out of this life. This is the stage of your life when you are going to decide that whole life what you are going to do. When I say whole life, it's not about job, it's not about some profession, it's not about, this thing. But this is the time when you are going to reflect that what kind of work I'm going to do, what is going to be purpose of my life. I think this phase is very, very important for you all. Well, let me recall my little bit association with Munjal family. And in fact, I was a Principal Resident Commissioner of Gujarat based at New Delhi and promoting investment way back in 2010 onwards, actually. And that time, Mr. Sunil Munjal came and we discussed, and that's how Hero Honda went to Gujarat and established one of the biggest manufacturing unit. And I still recall that in my office, this MOU was signed actually, and things started. And that's how, before that, Maruti had come and automobile hub was created in Gujarat. In North Gujarat, we created where 8 to 10, basically, automobile companies came and, But most important is that, let's also not forget that the kind of contribution which you know better than me, but in a very, very, very small way, I would like to recall the contribution of Mr. Brijmohan Lal Munjal. Let's appreciate that the person appreciated so much value of education. I think this appreciation of value of education, I think what we are seeing here, this university or school or other, And he was not simply an entrepreneur. He was a nation builder, actually. We call him a nation builder because what makes his history remarkable is that despite not having formal education himself, he believed with all his heart that education is the greatest equalizer. As we all know, education changes culture, behavior, and thinking of a man or a person. I think we all are here, sitting on the dais. I am standing here. I think only one reason is, and that is education. That is the value of education, friends. And we all understand that this education, basically, it gives every young person, regardless of the background, the chance to learn, grow, and succeed. I think let's not forget that this education is so important for all of us. His success was not measured only in profits, but in people. What he invested in people, actually. The lives he uplifted, the dignity he created through livelihoods, and the opportunity he gave to others. And today, this university stands as a living reflection of that legacy of education with purpose. And that's how this legacy goes on. Well, this university, as I understand, I think is foster innovation and social impact, which is a great thing. And 2-3 program, and I was going through its activities, and I would like to recall Mera Business program, where basically rural women are encouraged and they launch micro business and gain financial independence. The other is Yuva Dumi program, which equips polytechnic students basically with entrepreneur and technical skills. And Sankalp initiative engages MBA students like you in developing rural enterprises and solving real world challenges. Well, friends, as we all know, in last couple of centuries we have seen, you must have read, that once upon a time, India was having shortfall of, let's say, food grain. When India got independence, I think we were 37 crore people, but 31 million tons of food grain. But today we have crossed 520 million or something like that. In every field, if you just look at very carefully, we are entering into an era of superabundance. We are not entering into an era of shortages. Keep this thing in mind. Because of technology, because of automation, because of use of new age technology, or fourth generation or fifth generation, we are entering into era of superabundance. It means what? It means that era of hard physical labor is getting over. Era of hard physical labor is getting over. It is all about your cranial volume, about your brain, how you are going to use it. I think this part we have to understand. In India today, 46% people are still involved in agriculture and allied activities. But per hectare or per unit, food grain production or something, anything you take, it is not even 30%. But take US, because of course, large size of farms, automation, use of technology, hardly there 2% population is involved in agriculture. So it means, first thing we all have to understand that the future which is going to come in your way is basically era of superabundance. Plenty of things are there, and you have to use your brain to further move. And this era is driven by, of course, automation, robotics, and artificial intelligence. Well, these tools amplify human potential, creating exponential opportunities that only for those who are prepared to adapt, learn, and lead. The progress of nation will no longer be determined by the strength of their workforce, but by power of their ideas, innovation, and intellect. And here is the role for young students like you, your faculty, to shape your future, shape your thinking, shape your mindset to tackle and contribute meaningfully in coming days and coming years and coming decades, actually. Well, the power of idea is most important. And idea is the seed, and its transformation into entrepreneurship generate jobs and social change. A startup's idea should be futuristic with a strong governance to scale. Startups can be created by universities, government bodies, angel investors, or private individuals. It is not a domain exclusive to any single segment of society. For startup ideas to flourish and scale to the next level, a robust governance structure is essential. Three primary actors can provide this critical framework. As per my understanding, the first place is university or institution. Basically, that is the incubator where these innovations and ideation take place. Well, second is that kind of digital physical infrastructure and other infrastructure which government and society, whether it's a physical infrastructure or societal infrastructure, the government and society it creates. And third thing is that of course private sector, financier, investors, and industry, which fuels the growth. University serves as a natural birthplace of innovation, bearing the greatest responsibility for hand-holding and mentoring startups. Your Vice Chancellor has mentioned, that this is scaffolding where everything is going to be built, Let me give a few examples and then we'll move forward. Take example of Harvard University. Why Harvard is #1 university in the world? One of the main reasons is that it is able to create that kind of environment where innovation, where startup, where creativity is put on premium. In fact, it has roughly 56.9 billion, fund, endowment basically, distributing roughly $2.5 billion every year for innovation and this kind of, startup activities, And 40% of its operation, including substantial support to innovation and entrepreneurship. Take Stanford University, the whole Silicon Valley, how it came up. Because one of the major reasons is that Stanford University is having a kind of endowment for 40.6 billion today. And this endowment is basically helping, fostering the whole innovation, the whole startup culture there. Let me see how it shapes. And I think history always should be recalled so that we can learn something. Just think about it, that how Apple came up, how Steve Jobs and Steve Wozniak, how they brought up, in a garage, in their, college days, university days, they could bring. Think about Google Map. And here is the second lesson. Google Map was similarly created by two Danish inventors. What was that, this thing? They could identify that this is the problem, navigation is the problem. But the second part was that yes, government, society, business, industry could create that kind of digital physical infrastructure. So it means if Google Map came up and succeeded and today is changing people's life, so think about this idea. It means somebody identified the problem, there was an idea, there was an enabling environment, and that's how Google Map came up. If you see Hotmail, think about Hotmail. Just go back and for our understanding, Sabir Bhatia and Jack Smith, they came together. It started with $300,000, and I think they within 18 months they sold it at $400 million in those times. Again, I would repeat, the focus was they identified the problem, the opportunity, enabling environment, means those kind of internet infrastructure was there, and they created that. In my generation, when we were a student, I never had this kind of opportunity, where sit under a roof, some eminent speakers, people having experience, insight of life and working, they come and share those kind of things. My humble request to each one of you is, use this opportunity. This is a once lifetime opportunity because whole world is moving very fast. Very fast. We can't imagine, how fast the whole world is going. Think about OpenAI and ChatGPT. Just think about what happened, Paul Altman, Elon Musk and others, they came together. They understood that this is the opportunity. In fact, Google or other technologies which is available, these are having certain limitations and we can go to next level. They created that kind of, they grabbed this opportunity, people invested, provided that kind of money, they believed in, and see today what is happening, So it means, all these ideas basically in India, if you see, think about in biotechnology, Biocon, Kiran Majumdar Shah, first generation. During COVID, in fact, I was involved in many some initiative, which I'll explain you how it worked. It means in every field, end of the day, it is an idea. This idea matters that your brain at your age, you should be working, thinking about the problem and what is that idea through which we can solve this problem. And this idea will capture the imagination of people. I think let's keep this thing in mind and then only, In fact, I come from Gujarat. I have been working actually in Gujarat. And I have seen that many institutions, whether in Gujarat, they have this kind of fund. They have this kind of system, whether it's a Nirma University or other universities, I think they are having and they're working, Let me give 2-3 examples. Again, we all talk about Israel. In many respects, we talk about Israel. But what is so great about that country? The greatness lies in this belief that this country, where basically I think 5.6 unicorns per million, I think unbelievable, first number one country in a startup. I think its success stems from substantial R&D investment, a strong academia industry tie-up, and programs like Israel Innovation Authority providing funding and resources to the startups. Take other country, Estonia, which ranked second actually, which has 3 unicorns per million people. Again, I think their whole invented digital first system. I think Estonia is another example how they work and how they have been able to, small country, very small country, but I think they are able to promote startup culture and this thing. In our country, we know that you all know, and you are a student and you are learning. But let's take take few examples, starting with digital physical infrastructure, starting with Aadhaar, and how the kind of things is leading, and especially digital payment system or Startup India. But let me, which you people might not be aware of, during COVID-19, think about it. All of a sudden, this pandemic came. I was also in the team which at Government of India set up and managing for COVID-19 pandemic. And just think about it in March 2020, when lockdown was declared, we had ICMR, one laboratory, National Institute of Virology, Pune, and 14 other institutions where some kind of testing can be done. But when it came to RT-PCR kits, it has to be brought from China. And every country, whole West was going there. But most important part is that during that lockdown, we sat with young people who have done their master and PhD. We discussed, we shared the kits, and within 1 month, 1.5 months, they were able to develop, 30-odd companies were able to develop RT-PCR kits. Imagine the very first day when we were bringing from China, it was costing 4,700 minimum. And in fact, and carting, Air India plane will come here. And the same RT-PCR kit, within 1.5 months, from 4,700, it came to whatever bar is still. It was released by then Prime Minister Honorable Atal Bihari Vajpayee ji. But no, it couldn't develop market for itself. But imagine same kind of idea. But yes, it was catering to a market and catering to this thing. And this product developed, and this is working actually. Friends, let me also just mention something about National Human Rights Commission. You must have read that what happened in Bangalore last month. Young girl, because of brain hemorrhage, died, and her father has to pay bribes at different places. I need not to emphasize the value of empathy, compassion, ethics, in whether it's a business or in public life or in society. Just imagine that if you are driven, those people who ask for a bribe from a father whose young daughter, only daughter, had just died, whether it's an ambulance person or it's a police person or it's a civic authority for issuing death certificate. Just imagine the kind of society, When we were growing up, there was a film actually, you may like to watch this movie, Saransh. You might have seen, It was directed by Mahesh Bhatt. My message to you is that coming era, future era, when this workforce, this era is going to be over, this Indian values, there is a lot of discussion going on that which model is going to prevail. This China model, which basically is a workforce model, actually. It is driven with, I think this era is coming to an end. In next era, when you are entering into superabundance, I think these value system, these ethos, this compassion, this, spiritual thinking is going to take forward. It's going to take you to next level. And let's believe that this system, the Indian system, take example, we have almost 15% population of this country at some stage faces some kind of mental health issues. Some stage. It could be young student and school-going student, it could be housewife, it could be college students, it could be elderly people, it could be housewives, it could be, 15% population. Just imagine. If you talk about suicide and these other things. Imagine 10% of your population is already above 60 years. And next 25 years, they are going to be 20%. 20% means in 2050, 35 crore people will be above 60 years. It means what? You are going to build shelter homes, old age homes for 35 crore people? What is the model? The model is that our community-centric, family-centric care economy or care, whatever word you use, silver economy or care economy, that is going to work. And second thing is that this population, just imagine one startup idea, which I'm just right now I'm saying. In this country, 15 crore people are above 60 years. Many of them have been teachers, professors, doctors, lawyer, engineers, many professionals. They are spread throughout country in different cities, towns, everywhere. What you have to do is basically Uberization. These 60 years plus people should not wait for their death. They can still make meaningful contribution because anyway we are entering into that kind of era of knowledge and economy. What you have to do, that wherever they are living and wherever these government, school or hospital or college, wherever they need, Just, we have to just, this Uberization you have to do this matchmaking, that's it. It means we have to think about those kind of models where there is a need and there is this kind of gap can be filled actually. Well, another issue which people people admire actually, especially youngsters I'm seeing, that this 10 minutes, 15 minutes delivery, we feel very proud of. Think about our roads, our cities, and we get cases in National Human Rights Commission that this person actually, just think about his or her human right, that delivery boy, this whole gig economy, 10 minutes he has to deliver. 1 minute or 2 minutes late, our behavior is very bad. We'll give negative, some kind of, and person loses his or her job actually. I think no, we should not be creating that kind of economy or that kind of a startup. Sorry. If it is basically where human dignity, human respect, his own life is compromised, you must have seen in few months back actually, somewhere near Manesar actually, there one warehouse, one organization I don't want to name. Can you imagine they were not giving leave even for 15 minutes break for going to urinal? What is this? What kind of profit making and competition and efficiency it is? That for 8 hours job, you are not giving 15 minutes break. So it means whatever business model we are going to develop, this ethical, that somebody is working is a human being. Somebody is that a basic human values, basic empathy, basic compassion has to be there. I think those workers especially, I think we should put ourselves that the way we are going to treat that person, if same way I am going to be treated. I mean, we all seen my own children, my colleagues, friends, and I am seeing their children are working in many sectors in US and Western countries. Every day, sword is hanging that you are going to lose job. See the stressful condition. No, that is not the purpose. The purpose of life cannot be that yes, we have to succeed at any cost. No, that is not the Indian. It happened in Sri Lanka 3 years back. What happened in Bangladesh? What happened in Nepal? It means when we are developing this any kind of system, business or this thing, I think everybody has to have some equal stake. People have to have equal stake. They should have that opportunity. If people feel that yes, the system is basically very unjust, it is based on inequality or it is based on nepotism, I think there is a problem. So when any startup or any idea is to be supported with the government and people like us, it is our bounden duty that we should be fair, we should be transparent, and we should be helpful. But simultaneously, the startup also have to be, the leadership also have to be. If you want societal stability, it is also equally important that all workers, all those people who are part of that startup, they must feel that their injustice is not being meted out to them and they is not being done, that. Well, for me, the way forward is, the way I think is that universities basically, I think one important thing which I would take liberty to suggest based on my own experience is robust mentorship ecosystem. I think this mentorship is going to play a very, very important role. Think about it. I can safely say this is not the forum to if I'm standing here, it is the mentorship which was provided to me. Whether it is my school or my college or those days. Or when I joined service during those days. So mentorship is very, very important for especially this kind of, this thing. And this mentorship must focus, strengthen, try to inculcate what you call ethical leadership. I think this is one thing which universities, I expect that is going to take us forward. Second is that peer-to-peer learning network. I think universities or school of management, they have to create that kind of system where the peer-to-peer learning networks should be there, where basically founders are able to share the challenges and solution. I think that hand-on experience is going to be very helpful. For industry leaders, basically for established businesses, I think it is their responsibility to mentor emerging entrepreneurs. They are not competitors. I think established industry has to understand that the young entrepreneur, the young, this thing, they are not competitors. They are going to supplement and complement their effort, Invest in ethical startups and demonstrating that profitability and purpose can coexist. Established with, here is the example in this country, without naming anything, but just for example. I mean, let's take, when name of Tata's come, it comes with certain respect. Or Mr. Narayan Murthy, or those people come, it comes with certain respect. I think this we have to understand that established businesses have to provide, that kind of handholding, partnership, and profit and purpose of their work. It can coexist, they can go together. And young founders, not only they are provided with funds or capital, but also the wisdom which these established businesses have gained through their experience. I think this is going to be very, very helpful for promoting a startup culture in India. For a student, I think I would say that you are that lucky generation which is basically standing at the cusp of great opportunities. I think today India offers great opportunity, great place to work. Without any doubt, if you go anywhere in the abroad, anywhere, this thing, people basically have little bit envy towards the kind of economic activities and growth is taking place in this country. As in the introduction, I think they said actually that India is our third largest, startup ecosystem, and there is a system, infrastructure, fund, and support system are there. It is much more accessible than it was few years back. But let's remember that success without ethics is hollow. Wealth without social contribution is meaningless. Success without ethics is hollow. Wealth without social contribution is meaningless. And leadership without integrity is very dangerous, I would say, very dangerous. Keep in mind that when you build your startup, ask yourself, what problem I am going to solve? But 90% is still below 2,000. In fact, 50% population is below $1,000 per annum. In fact, 50% population is below $1,000 per annum, which is basically sub-Saharan. And that's why government has this program that everybody should have house, clean water, toilet, electricity, this thing. That's why, this program is going on. But think about it that when I'm going to create my own business or a startup, this thing, whether my startup is going to help basically in bridging this gap or widening this inequality, whether I can make some meaningful contribution and basically what we call find my purpose of life, But most importantly, when you create something, will you be proud of? Really important that how I created, I should be very proud of this thing. Therefore, I would also say that we must foster global mindset, but in local roots, in local ethos or Indian ethos, I would say. Learn from global best practices like Israel innovation culture or Estonia digital governance. Adapt solution to Indian context, our diversity, scale and challenges are very, very unique. And build for India first, but design for global scalability. Friends, I think I have taken a lot of your time and I wish you all very best in this endeavor. I hope that in whole day which you are going to have this interactive session, you will have the opportunity to learn, and I look forward to have proceeding of this conference. And more importantly, I will be eagerly looking forward on social media or LinkedIn or somewhere that you people are basically going to be that kind of business leader who are not going to only create a startup, create unicorn, but you will be known for the kind of unicorn, the kind of startup, the kind of business you have created, which is going to achieve some kind of purpose, some kind of ethical and giving, that kind of, this thing. So have a wonderful day. Thank you. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your remarkable vision and experience with us. Your dedication to improving the quality of life for millions through innovation and governance is truly commendable. We are grateful for the insights you have shared today, which will continue to inspire us. Your presence had made this event truly memorable. Now, I would like to invite our esteemed faculty members, Professor Jaskiran Arora, Professor Shyam Menon, Professor Jolly Masi, Professor Vishali Sharma, Professor Davinder Singh, Dr. Suneet Soni, to come on stage and facilitate our chief guest. Now it's time to introduce our distinguished keynote speaker, Dr. Paneerselvam Madan Gopal, CEO of METI Startup Hub, Ministry of Electronics and IT, Government of India, a visionary leader shaping India's tech ecosystem. This work continues to inspire innovation and sustainable growth. We are also proud to have METI Startup Hub as the official sponsor for Leadership Summit 2025. Now let's take a moment to learn more about Madan Gopal sir and hear his enlightenment video message.
Dear respected dignitaries and my dear students of BMU, it is indeed a pleasure to connect with you all through this entrepreneurship conference. Unfortunately, I'm not in a position to attend it in person, and my sincere apologies for the same. It's indeed a pleasure to know that AIC BMU is conducting a conference that is focused on compliance, on governance of startup issues. It is imperative to know that it's not only important to build companies, but to build companies which are sustainable, and sustainability comes from good practices, compliance, and governance. Ensuring that each startup is a potential company to become a unicorn. Governance and compliance starts from day one. So it's not something that we would like to do post when we become big company or a better company. It is governance which makes us a better company and a bigger company. So I urge all of you to have a very focused attention towards good practices, ethics, and empathy and excellence in building the company that is a very integral part of your entrepreneurship journey. Entrepreneurship is a lonely journey, as most of you would know, but it's important to have the right mentors who will guide you in the journey, and especially mentors who will ensure that you have good compliance and governance practices. It is important to also understand that organizations today like AIC BMU and METI Startup Hub have a lot of support system that is available for you in the entire entrepreneurship journey of yours. And at each stage, we are here to provide you support, be it in terms of mentoring, be it in terms of market access, and most importantly, be it in terms of funding and money. We have sufficient programs and policies that are enabling you to become an entrepreneur. However, it is, I always keep saying, the support system should not be mistaken for the real hustle. The hustle is still yours. The hustle of building a company, the grind and the hard work of building a organization and sustaining it is still that of entrepreneur. Do not mistake the support system for the entire journey of building a company, and this journey also takes time. It is not built in day or few months or years. Good companies which are fundamentally strong takes time to build. So kindly have the patience to have and ensure that you are in this for a long haul and not necessarily anything in the short term. The short term successes are good, but it does not really ensure value addition or wealth creation for the nation as well as the entrepreneur. So focus on the fundamentals, a good idea that translates into a good company or a team, and then the team translates into a good company and an organization, and most importantly the organization which has compliance and governance and procedures and processes which has the right becomes the right foundation for becoming an institution. And institutions are timeless, and their institutions are are not people dependent. So always aim to build something that outlives our time and solves the Indian problem. And solving for Bharat is a huge opportunity. So please focus on the fundamentals. And I once again congratulate the entire audience of students and the organizers for putting together this summit. And my apologies for not being able to be there in person, but I'm hoping to see you all very soon in a short while. Thank you so much, and wishing you all the best. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir, for your insightful and inspiring message. Up next, we have a very special moment, the unveiling of Leadership Report. This report highlights a collective journey of fostering young entrepreneurs, celebrating innovation, and strengthening the spirit of good governance and leadership at BML Munjal University. To do the honors, may I now invite on stage our esteemed dignitaries, Professor Devinder Singh, Ms. Nigar Tripathi, Mr. Shantanil Das Gupta, Professor Jolly Masih, Professor Vishali Sharma, and Dr. Jaya Ahuja. Thank you to all our dignitaries for this momentous unveiling. The Leadership Report is more than a document, it is a reflection of our commitment to empowering youth, fostering innovation, and shaping the leaders for tomorrow. Over the years, the Leadership Summit has grown into a platform that celebrates ideas, innovation, and impactful leadership, bringing together visionaries and change makers who shape the future. To share more about its inspiring journey and the insights captured in the Industry and Corporate Report, we are honored to welcome Professor Jolly Masih, Chair, and Professor Vishali Sharma, Co-Chair of the Leadership Summit 2025. Please join me in extending a warm round of applause as they take the stage.
Distinguished guests, respected corporate leaders, esteemed faculty members, and my dear students, It's truly an honor and a privilege to welcome you all to Leadership Summit 2025. As this year's theme goes, Youth Entrepreneurship and Start-up Governance, guiding the next generation of leaders towards stability and success. This event, organized by School of Management in collaboration with ACIC BMU Foundation and supported by Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, represents far more than an annual event. It is a moment of reflection and renewal. Over past decade, India's startup ecosystem has become one of the most vibrant ecosystems in the world, with over 100,000 startups, dozens of unicorns, and countless young founders rewriting their story of innovation. We are witnessing a true entrepreneurial revolution. Yet, amid this remarkable growth, it is important to pause and ask ourselves, are we building enterprises that last? Many promising ventures fade, not because of lack of passion or creativity, but because of gaps in governance, accountability, and ethical leadership. We have all seen collapse under financial mismanagement, founder disputes, or unsustainable scaling. These are not failures of vision, they are failures of structure. They remind us that while innovation can ignite success, it is the governance that keeps the flame. And this is where this year's theme of Leadership Summit plays a very important and timely role. Our 3 panel discussions, which will be focusing on financial integrity, boardroom discipline, and stakeholder accountability, brings it all together under one roof. Through these dialogues, we are not only creating an environment for the young entrepreneurs, but we are motivating the future of tomorrow to lead with purpose, not just profit. This year's theme is also grounded in a research-driven insight. This leadership report has been developed with Pan-India support survey of over 1,000 students and 200 industry officials and executives, for which my co-chair, Professor Vaishali, will be throwing light. But before I conclude, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to all the distinguished speakers, guests, partners, and students. Once again, welcome to the Leadership Summit 2025, a platform where we don't just celebrate innovation, we did refine the principles that make leadership truly enduring. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Professor Jolly. It is both a privilege and a profound honor to welcome you all to the BML Munjal University Leadership Summit 2025, our annual celebration of vision, resilience, and leadership in action. To ensure our discussions are grounded in reality, the summit team conducted an extensive dual cohort study. We surveyed 1,000 students from university and colleges across India, represented varied disciplines and academic years, and 200 industry leaders, founders, CXOs, investors, incubator heads, and senior executives. The research designed around the 3 summit themes of financial integrity, boardroom governance, and stakeholder accountability, sought to bridge the gap between student aspirations and industry expectations. The findings were both inspiring and revealing. An impressive 73.7% of students said they either firmly intend or are very likely to start their own venture. Entrepreneurship is no longer a fallback career for this generation. It is a first choice, the dream, the way to make an impact. The sentiment resonates with industry too. 65% of senior executives rated India's startup ecosystem as good or excellent. The entrepreneurial spirit in India is alive, ambitious, and unstoppable. Yet, behind the optimism lies a quiet paradox: ambition without architecture. When asked to identify the biggest barrier to entrepreneurial success, both students and industry leaders gave the same answer: mentorship. About 35% of students and 32% of industry respondents cited the shortage of mentors as the single largest obstacle. This is more than a statistics, it's a wake-up call. We have a generation ready to leap forward, but too few experienced hands to guide them. Mentorship isn't merely about giving advice, it is about shaping judgment, building resilience, and converting raw ambition into real, sustainable outcomes. This shortage of mentorship connects directly to the core of today's theme, governance. Governance doesn't begin in the boardroom, it begins in how founders are mentored to think, decide, and lead. Our research revealed that governance is the most critical skill gap among young founders. 34% of industry leaders identified governance as a capability most lacking in startups, yet only 3.4% of students said they fully understood what governance actually means. The findings also highlighted the powerful link between governance and funding readiness among students. 22% cited lack of funding as the biggest challenge, but 36% of industry leaders said that transparency, a key element of governance, is the most important factor in building investor trust. Transparency assures investors that a founder's promise is backed by integrity and structure. Governance therefore becomes the bridge between ideas and investment, and once that bridge is built, capital naturally flows confidence. That ultimately is a legacy and purpose of the Leadership Summit. We are not merely discussing startups, we are shaping the institution of the future. Institution where creativity and compliance coexist, where passion is balanced by purpose, and where ethical leadership becomes a competitive advantage. Our goal is not to slow ambition, but strengthen its foundation. Because in the long run, speed may create headlines, but stability creates history. Thank you and welcome once again to the Leadership Summit 2025. Together, let us not only ignite entrepreneurship, but sustain excellence. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your insightful reflection on the summit's legacy and for offering a valuable perspective on evolving dynamics of industry and innovation. Your words beautifully sets the tone for the conversations ahead. Now we'll be taking 10 minutes break for high tea. I request our guests to proceed to E2 cafeteria for the refreshments and join us back after the break. Students are requested to remain seated.
Leadership is not about being in charge, it's about taking care of those in your charge. This single line captures the spirit of today's conversation. Leadership rooted not in authority, but in responsibility. And that's exactly what the Leadership Summit of 2025 stands for. Good morning, everyone. I'm Bilal Akhtar, and it is my privilege to welcome you all and take you through the first plenary session of the Leadership Summit of 2025. This year's theme, Youth Entrepreneurship and Start-up Governance, guiding the next generation of leaders towards stability and success, reminds us that while innovation fuels a startup, it's governance that keeps it from burning out. Passion is the ignition, but discipline is the steering wheel. Our first panel takes this thought forward with a session titled Financial Integrity and Risk Oversight, Cultivating Fiscal Discipline in Youth Leadership. Our first panel will be moderated by Professor Devinder Singh, Professor of Strategy and Innovation and CEO of ACIC BMU Foundation at BML Munjal University, with 25 plus years in global FMCG corporations in the Indian industry. He leads Taru Innovations, specializing in marketing innovation, entrepreneurship, and operational excellence, with a proven track record of driving transformative business initiative. Joining him on the panel, Mr. Dipanshu Manchanda, founder and CEO at Zapfresh, who turned a vision for fresh food delivery into a scalable business while navigating financial discipline in a tough market. Mr. Neeraj Kumar, Senior Vice President and Global Head of Internal Audit, Forensics and Risk at Prism, formerly known as OYO, a voice of experience on governance under pressure. And Mr. Karan Kapoor, co-founder of ShowPass Technologies, bringing perspectives on data integrity and risk in the identity tech space. And Mr. Damanjeet Singh, who is a senior consultant for marketing strategy at Rakuten Mobile, with deep expertise in product development, marketing, and revenue growth, blending fiscal discipline with customer lifecycle management and innovative brand building. Together, they represent the bridge between ambition and accountability, showing that leadership isn't only about vision, but about structure, transparency, and the courage to make sustainable choices. And with that, I invite Professor Devinder Singh and our distinguished panelists to lead us into the first discussion of the day.
So good morning. No, it's no longer a morning. Hi. All of you who are still interested here and not in your phones, just raise your arms. Really high. Great. Fantastic. Thank you so much for being here. All right. So we are starting the set of panel discussions right now. And this whole leadership summit is focused around governance, and governance especially with the youth entrepreneurship. Clearly, India is wanting to have youth go the entrepreneurial way. And a part of that is part of our university's positioning as well. We are one of the universities which are trying to promote entrepreneurship very actively. We want to be seen as an entrepreneurial university. And we know that a lot of you have a desire to start a venture. May not be immediately, maybe later on, but we see that as something which is quite acceptable today, not just at your personal level, but I think even at your family level, your friend circle, there is a lot more acceptance for entrepreneurship and startup. And it's amazing because when the university was set up, one of the key things that we all wanted, who had joined the university earlier, in the earlier days, was that we should have a lot more students having their own startups and ending up being successful. Successful not just in terms of making a lot more money, or having a windfall, but being successful in promoting their entrepreneurial venture, their innovation, and creating more opportunities for others to join. We had our incubation come up 5 years after the university was set up. So very interesting. And the reason was, initially everything was seemed to be that students should imbibe, and we did see some outcome. The fourth year of our existence, fourth or fifth year of the existence of the university, we realized close to about 10 student ventures had already started on the campus. Some of them were even making revenues. And that really kind of was an eye-opener for us, that all that effort you've done was actually giving some result. And therefore, the whole concept was, if without having a very focused incubation, we could get this kind of an outcome, we really need to accelerate it. And that's when the incubation came up. And we were happy to join up with the Niti Aayog, set up Atal Community Innovation Center, and over the years we have progressed. Amongst those 10, there was one who was sitting along with us, Karan. Karan is one of those 10 founders who had a venture while they were still here. And just like Karan, many others, we realized they were not the regular students. Okay, by nature, they were the ones who were taking risk. They were taking risk with various rules, procedures of the university, whether it's attendance or being in the class, or how you use the facilities within the university. Okay, so risk taking is an integral part, and pushing the envelope is the other part of any youth entrepreneurship. And youth by nature is more willing to take risk. Then as you grow older, you tend to hold back a little bit. Maybe wisdom, maybe scare, whatever. So risk and youth go together, and if it goes together for entrepreneurship, it's fantastic. But one of the things that we have also seen more recently is that very successful ventures, startup ventures, have collapsed simply because of lack of governance or taking too much of risk. So which is also an other side of the coin, and that cannot be ignored, because if a large company, a large startup collapses, not only does a lot of money sink with it, but a lot of people who had got associated as employees, as suppliers, or many other ways, they also lose. So the loss is actually very wide. It's not concentrated. So we should avoid that. And many of those losses could have been avoided only by, if through a hindsight, better governance, better financial integrity was there. So today's panel, we would really like to talk of one element of governance, which is the financial integrity and risk oversight. Something that is one part, is not the entire part of governance, and other panels will take care of some of the other points. So I'd like to start, the way we will do is we will have some discussion for about 50-60 minutes, and then we'll open up to this audience to ask questions. And what I would do is, since we have on our panel 2 founders and 2 gentlemen who've been working with founders or systems and have an understanding of governance, especially the financial integrity, to share their viewpoints. Let me begin by inviting Karan first. Karan, you've been into this journey for almost now 10 years. Okay, that's my thing. And you've done quite a few things, you've grown. Is there any point that you felt that there needs to be certain systems within your venture which should avoid some kind of a financial risk or financial irregularity?
Definitely, sir. First, would like to, as you said, risk and venture building are very integral, very integrally connected, basically. So, if we look at startups, startups are the epitome of risk, because 95% startups fail, and anybody who's building a venture is mad, basically, to be able to take that risk, let go of that, maybe college education, salary, whatever. So yeah, risk is very important. And while we were venturing up, when we started, so we felt that we had to take those risks. We didn't know how we will pay the salary of the person next month. We weren't sure that how we will pay the office rent next month. But we had to take those calls. If you would have asked me then that about governance, integrity, or financial planning, I would have told you that what are those things, because we were in a position that where we were having nothing to lose, we had everything to gain by building products, solving problems for people, and if at that point we would have tried to control too much things here and there, then I'm sure that I would not have been here where I am now. But as we have grown now, in ShorePass, we have around 80 people. We have revenues. We have clients. We serve to regulated entities, in the BFSI space. Now, we have to balance that risk and, governance. Because a single mistake, can ruin our reputation, or a single mistake, let's say in cybersecurity, can hamper with the client's data which we are handling. So I think it's about creating a balance wherein you, depending on your venture cycle, create a balance between risk and risk governance. Because when you are early, you have to take those calculated risks, to be able to build a venture. And when you have grown, you have to think about what you have to lose as well. So that's my viewpoint on it, and I guess.
Yeah, it was very interesting. His venture actually serves BFSI industry, helps them to manage their risk. And so he's actually helping them manage their risk.
The product we built for BFSI to manage their risk was a huge risk at our end. Because, I had to hire certain people, at a certain salary, which we couldn't, afford at that time. But we had to take those calls, we weren't sure if we'll get a customer or not. Eventually we got there, got some revenues. Now, we think about managing it and all.
Right.
But when we were on day zero, there was no word as, risk governance. It was all about risk taking.
Right. I mean, you could only be a venture if you had taken that risk. That's why you're a venture.
Yeah, as I said, that startup is itself a risk.
A risk.
Like I was in the founders batch here, with no reputation of the college, no track record. So that itself was a risk. And, I believe in our batch at least, everybody was an entrepreneur in a way. That, they had taken that risk with their career, that let's see, let's go here, let's, build ourselves, and let's see how it goes.
Let me just come to Dipanshu. Because Dipanshu, you've had many ventures. You've been in this journey for a long time. Currently, you're running a fairly big business with Zapfresh across multiple locations, cities. When did you feel in your journey that the risk or the financial, not just the risk, but the financial risk or financial integrity became an important part for you in your journey as an entrepreneur?
Yes, so I agree with him mostly. For me specifically, I never really bothered about risk at all, like till a certain time period. So I've been a risk taker since 20, when I was 20. I was doing things which, are very risky, like everywhere. I didn't give a damn about anything. Pure rebellious, stubborn nature. And of course, that's in that particular time, you are learning things and you're really hungry, and that drive takes you everywhere, So I think that hunger and the drive part is one of the very, is a bottleneck to being governed properly. And if you have that less, then you can do governance, but if that is more, then managing risk is very difficult. So after I started this venture in 2015, it took us about, I'd say, 3 years to realize that, we have to do something about the loopholes and the leakages and the controls. It was not easy because by that time everything gets scattered, and then you have to start learning a different chapter which you were skipping earlier because you were able to get rid of it or somehow skip it for another good day. And we couldn't avoid it then. After that, it was like just mounting up, one by one, things were coming. And you were trying to assimilate and, trying to really understand that how, this is important, how is it going to help you? No idea, but it was required. So as a mandate, we were following, the rule book as much as we could. But today, I think we are the first D2C food business to be listed. So I think we've come a long way from that risk appetite. And this is also like a risky thing. To get public listed also is not a joke. You are taking, another leap in that format where you don't know what's going to happen. So I think somehow risk is an underlining subject throughout how you are building the business. You just get better at managing risk. There is no other way to say it. It will always be there. You cannot avoid it. Even the best audit agencies, do have, loopholes. Auditors are also taking risks, by the way, by signing the balance sheets. So you can't avoid it, to the extreme level. You can only manage the risk. So I think we've become reasonably good at managing it. I would not say that we've completely let go of it. And it is getting better. The controls are getting better. The processes, etc., help a lot. Yeah, I think it's a learning process which we have gone through. And it comes with time. You have to prioritize when you want to kick in what aspect of growth in your organization and development and maturity comes over a period of time. So there's no harm in going for it and taking time to learn about governance. It's okay to be skipping few things, but to really be able to manage it, end of the day, is the core important part. If you can manage it by skipping it, is where you have to draw a line and say that, okay, I can just manage this much and now I can't. So it's a
very interesting thing what you're saying is managing it, but were you also all along you were saying you identified quite a few risks, but you just did not take care of it immediately because there was something else which is of higher priority. And that's something what even Karan was speaking about. That's actually knowing there is a risk existing. But there are also, I'm sure there will also be surprises that you'd never realize there was a risk or a financial integrity issue, but it jumped out at you. I'm sure during your process for SME listing, you might have, through due diligence, discovered quite a few things.
No, actually, we got prepared very well. The journey prepared you to be really compliant to a large extent. I would not say, because we've been venture funded, we've raised capital, so we knew, what are the broad metrics of governance which we have to manage. I think the public listed, companies are largely governed by a very broad ethos and, stricter controls, which are very predefined and clear. In the private sector, that confusion, ambiguity creates, slight panic. Sometimes the private investors are okay with it. Sometimes the private investors are not okay with it. So how do you juggle in between that? In the public market, you can't afford to do that. So it is this form of clarity which you are able to, accumulate and understand and say, okay, fine, these are the 5 things, 10 things, 20 things I have to do, and that's it. There are no surprises there. Private market is where anything can happen, including the valuations going high, including you getting bust, and it's all a matter of the ecosystem, which is, part of this, risk part. They're not out of it. The investor, the VCs are not out of the
They're
risk.
very much in it. And we have Neeraj with us, who had been part of OYO. And I'm sure he has many more points to add on. Neeraj, let me just call you in and say, I mean, with your experience, both working with OYO and now, and working with many other founders, what are some of the issues or the key risks, mistakes which you believe, if avoided, would really help the entrepreneurs?
Thank you. First of all, salute to all the founders, right? Because of them, we are here as a risk professional. They do a tremendous job with a great vision. They start with a purpose to solve the problem. And why are we discussing financial integrity? Because we know there are successful startups. As Karan mentioned, 90% failure rate. We know more than 1.6 lakhs crore startup got registered. There are approximately 100 unicorns and maybe 10, 15 got listed. So why 90% failure, right? It has not failed if you study. And I think we should, apart from studying the success story, we should also look at why failure happens. It's not because of, and we all know that it's not because of founder. They are good with right vision, hardworking, great idea. What happens is something on the financial side. Either they are not able to manage it, or there are some integrity issue which happens. They lose trust of investor, customers, and the entire ecosystem. There are stages. You rightly said, both of you, that you focus on the growth, business, that is very important in first few years. Then you have to realize what is the right time to engage and to have a right control and system in the place. I think the great shift is happening. Focus from spend to grow is now sustain to scale is happening, right? And that should come from the founder itself, right? They are the person who should walk the talk. And they are doing it. The investors' expectation has also gone from the revenue number to the profits, which is quite helpful for the founder also, because they are also under tremendous pressure to perform on certain parameters, which is not sustainable. What we do as a risk professional, we also want business to grow, to fly, but fly longer. And that is where we create guardrails. We are talking some time back, I said, I am not a typical auditor. I am highly business-oriented auditor. My each and every purpose, control, process, everything has to help the business grow sustainable. What happens? There are many things which happens when in early stage, we have to be careful about something since beginning itself. So most of the stories we have heard about the failure or financial integrity is where personal expenses got mixed with the company expenses, right? Sometimes it is because of ignorance, probably it starts not understanding the impact, and then it becomes bigger. So there has to be very clear bifurcation between what is my personal expenditure, what is my company expenditure. Highly focus on the cash flow, right? We spend a lot. I have seen, because I have worked with the consulting firms as well before, and have seen many startups. I have seen stories where 200 being spent to 100 rupees. But that was probably a story of 7-8 years back, which is not the case now. So very clear, each rupee spent should have a purpose. Why are we spending it, right? Good thing, as I said, that the expectation of investor, the other stakeholder has shifted, where they want to have a sustainable business rather a growing business. So there are many things which happens, right? We don't understand the compliance, where one big mistake in a compliance can take you into a different loop. So I also understand that excessive control is not required in the beginning, but one should not look at internal audit, control, risk management as a roadblocker. both are all they are equal partner. And that is why the auditor's mindset should also change, right? So this is very important. Both can go hand on hand. You'd have heard the story of that SBS Bank US, which failed 2 years ago. And the biggest story put on the every year was that they didn't have the risk management in place, or risk CRO was not there. But that's not the case, right? Do you believe that the board, the CEO, the CFO, and others were not aware what is happening in the company, what is happening to their investment? But of course, CRO, having a CRO in a place or proper risk management in a place will help you with a process, will help you to take informed decisions, will help you to thrive in a difficult situation which comes either through the financial issues or the market or the governance or the compliance. And that is where all they can work as a partner. And I feel that this is very important.
No, I think you raise a very interesting point that it's not that people within the venture are completely unaware. So what comes out in the media doesn't seem to be actual thing. Also, as you rightly said, that ability to look at personal benefits or expenses different from the organizational benefits is important. And I think somewhere the culture and the way people look at these things come into play. I'd like to now invite Damanjeet in this discussion. Damanjeet interestingly works in India, based in India, for a Japanese mobile company. And my earlier discussion with him, he brought some very interesting thing in terms of how Japanese look at financial integrity and risk oversight. So maybe before I kind of reveal anything, let me just ask Daman to share his viewpoint on the risk oversight and financial integrity from a Japanese perspective.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Devender. First of all, congratulations to all the panelists. I think we have a great bunch of successful entrepreneurs on stage, and full due respect to them for whatever risk they've taken in their lives to achieve what they've achieved, and it's stupendous. A couple of interesting points, what I heard, starting off from what Karan said, and that's very important for the audience to also take off from here. 95% of, and that's a rough figure, startups do not make it for whatever reason. It could be product, it could be business model, it could be the wrong timing, in fact, right? All of these are what? These are all risks that they have taken. Now that could be a calculated risk or a miscalculated risk, right? So all these things need to be taken into consideration. For the younger audience to also understand, I'm going to quote Spider-Man, with a lot of power comes a lot of responsibility. Similarly, with a lot of risk comes a lot of responsibility, right? So now when I was talking to Professor Devender over the weekend, over the week, we were trying to figure out what is the Japanese context that we can bring in here. And obviously we can all agree to disagree, but there's another antithesis to what is there, how risk is perceived as from a Japanese context. So I was just jotting a few points sitting having a cup of tea. See, in Japan, trust is, trust precedes a transaction. It is the trust that needs to be built up first, even before the first transaction happens in Japan. And that builds and compounds over a period of time. And in Japan, business continuity is not seen, from a perspective of a quarterly result. It is seen from a perspective of it is perceived as integrity from the investors, from the public at large, who's going to be the consumers of your products. So those things are very important from a Japan market perspective. Obviously, these things vary from market to market, but I think the inherent word risk remains the same, right? In Japan, this is seen as a very, very, a serious foundation for any company to build. And we have got one of the most successful corporations and products coming out of Japan. And what do you aim for in risk? And from a finance perspective, there are some panelists who rightly were talking about financial accuracy, about, let's say, audits and all that. In Japan, financial accuracy is not seen as compliance. There's an interesting thing I read, it is seen as a character on record. So it was something very interesting I read. This is the character that you're putting on record of your company, of your startup, and that's how companies mature to become big conglomerates. They're not born overnight. I have an interesting example that I'll cite later. Every conglomerate was a startup at the beginning of its time. So was Tata, so was Reliance. They were not born overnight as conglomerates, right? So they've had their share of risk. They've had due diligence. They've had risk, sort of frameworks in place. But Japan takes it to another level. Another important point which I thought I jot down quickly, which I should share, is how do they do it in Japan? It is a systemic process. It is sort of built into their DNA. It is about audits. It is about double audits. It is about checks and balances. It is about full disclosure. Is something that Japan believes in, not only to the public at large, but to the employees of the company, saying what happened, why it happened, what should not have happened, what could we have done right, and what are the steps that we should take in future. Even in my current company, this is taken very seriously as to why did the slip up happen, why was the risk governance not in place, or why did the risk governance fail in the first place. It's taken with seriousness. From a startup perspective, I think you cannot say things like, till Series A, I will not take a risk, and then suddenly my risk governance will come into place, right? You can sort of flounder and fall even before that. So that's one important point. And one big difference that I want to point out between the West, let's say the Indian subcontinent, and Japan, is that the Westerners have a very big risk-taking appetite. So they are not very risk-averse. The Japanese, on the other hand, are very, very risk-averse. They want to safeguard. They want to put the rail guards for safety first before they do anything. In India, it is very, very performance-driven. That's the difference. So there's an interesting line that I want to put here. They codify, we justify, So our startup culture is more into justification of what happened. You read all across in the papers. There are few companies which I don't want to name because right now they are in the process. But there are few companies like Byju's, which is all across the papers as to justification is happening as to why they failed, what happened, right? Or let's say for Blue Electric, right? It's all about justification. So if you codify, you don't have to justify. So I think that's one big key takeaway from Japan I want to share.
So very interesting. I mean, in Japanese, what you're saying is for them, it's not about risk, it's about trust, about the character. And the way the DNA is there, that you would avoid anything which could be seen as a reflection of your character. Whereas probably in India, so more justification than anything is more of a defensive thing. Let me come back to Karan. Karan, you must have worked with many others like you, many other founders like you. And you would have seen, because you work for BFSI, you do see financial integrity, you understand that concept. Do you see many founders taking proactive steps to take care of these things? Or do they actually get confronted by these issues, either by the investors or by the customers, which then forces them to adopt high levels or higher standards of financial integrity? What really is driving? Or what one is the bigger driver that you are seeing in India right now?
So let me again, start from that point that, venture building is about risk taking. So generally, founders learn, risk management with time. In the beginning, you are not aware about it. You are not aware about the, bad things which might happen to you. So it's something you learn. It's a process in itself. I think, again, as you said, it can come from investors to have better safeguards or, other stakeholders. Regulators, with the customers which we deal, they are regulated by RBI, SEBI, and, these regulated bodies have, so much controls so that, anybody who's building a venture which is regulated is by default, very much controlled. As Dipanshu also said that when they got listed, to be able to list on stock market in itself is a very, it attracts a lot of controls. And with those controls, the processes are there by which, things get streamlined. But ultimately, it's about the founders or the leadership team's intent. I always say that, my job is not to execute risk management. It's better to, professional people, like Mr. Neeraj, to handle that. But if the leadership team or the founders don't have the intent to do the right thing, then that's when things go wrong. As we have seen with Blue Smart, they were a listed company. The other entity which they owned, it was a listed company. I am sure they must have big four auditors. All sorts of big auditors. Financial teams, everybody else. But due to the founders' malpractice, the whole thing got shut. So, yeah, to answer your question, it's a process through which founders learn. But ultimately, the action you take, it boils down to, I would say, कि आपके संस्कार कैसे हैं? We are a bootstrapped company. We have, I have done one or two ventures where we raised funds as well. That didn't got succeeded. We returned the money to investors. But whether we were bootstrapped or funded in any venture, हम पैसे ऐसे ही खर्चते थे जैसे हमारे अपने हैं. तो वो, I mean, it depends on your intent and your financial integrity of how does that culture conveys to the whole company.
Sanskar, culture, I think that is what you spoke about, and I mean, and as a founder, if you have them, it's great. It's essential, I think, for success. But Dipanshu, as your venture grew up, and you would probably not be doing everything yourself, and you're one main entity, but you're not the person, and there are a lot of teams and people. How have you kind of built in the sanskar or the culture, where fair amount of financial integrity और पैसा खर्च करने के टाइम ये सोचना कि ये हमारा पैसा है ना कि कंपनी का या इन्वेस्टर का? How did you bring that into your organization?
No, I think पैसा खर्च करना is the core. I mean, that's a core decision which you have to, imbibe to build a business. So I don't think इसमें कुछ integrity वाला है. इसमें simple. It's about the business. If the business needs the money, it needs the money. There is no other way, and so that you have to decide that how much you want to spend in a particular direction as a business. If it returns, if the returns come to you with that money, it's good money investment, right? So, I think the business, running a business also have certain rules. Okay, it is not only about character. If you are a true businessman, then you would stay true to the business. And the integrity and the financial, paraphernalia are all part of it. A certain level of is anyways needed to build the business. So we need to understand that, are we looking to build a business? Are we looking to, to raise capital? What are we trying to do? If the goal and the objective is crystallized, then you would avoid all these mishaps. What he was mentioning with Blue Electric and all of those guys. I don't think they ever wanted to build a business. So that is a financial jugglery which they wanted to do right from the day one, and then simultaneously they wanted to probably build the business. In our context, in my context, it was always business first, and I am the last. With that thought process, I don't think there will be any intentful or any other, mistake which can happen. So if you are, true to the business, then these issues will not crop up.
Yeah, but sometimes people, I mean, you would give authority to people down the line to take certain calls, business calls. So how do you really make sure that when they're taking that call, there is a certain integrity kept in mind?
Yeah. So for that you have processes. So you have maker, checker, different processes which we have learned from auditors. That this is how you can do it in order to build some controls. So those market practices, default settings are available to you. To even ChatGPT can tell you all that. So I don't think in today era you lack that awareness or understanding if you want to learn how to build a control system. So I think controls and processes go a long way, and as soon as you can build it, as much as you can build it in your decision making, it helps. Everything helps in that. But sometimes as a startup, they become a bottleneck also. I don't think, in my case, personally, it has never been a bottleneck. If I wanted to do something, put a control or a process, we are able to manage it. So it has never been somebody saying that this is the process, so that's the reason I am not able to grow the business. Never happened.
So Neeraj, as Dipanshu mentioned and even Karan, that there is a balance between the control, because control means somebody has to stop, reflect, and then move forward, which may slow down your speed. And yet at the same time, as an entrepreneur, you want to be fast. But there are different stages of any business venture, especially in entrepreneurs. When you are 0 to 1, 1 to 10, 10 to 100, different scales. How do you see the controls shifting, or what kind of changes do you see are required when you go from, as you scale up and different stages come up? What would your recommendation be to the founders?
Okay, so I'll connect it with Oyo also, right? Oyo hired me. I was coming from a Big Four. I was partner there. Even they were not unicorn. So that shows their mindset, right? In 2018, probably the plan was to go global. I was hired for India, and suddenly I became a global group, in 6 months, 50 plus countries. Bottleneck for going to 50 countries. If I say, okay, as an auditor, boss, unless I set up a process, I write a SOP, I validate each and everything, you cannot expand, because that's a traditional business risk, that without a process you should not go for expansion, right? Rather, what we decided and I chose, and it happens, let business go, I will chase them, help them set up a right process. Right? Even if you are 70-80% ready, you should go it for. And that is where technology plays a crucial role. An auditor also has to be very agile and resilient in a process. I give you one hypothetical example. Let's say in the beginning, I'm sure all of you would have gone through a very basic internal control, invoice, PO date after invoice. And let's say you come across with 30% cases. The typical auditor would say, boss, without PO, you should not release the invoice. Means you are hampering the business, you're disrupting the business. Rather, you can collaborate, work on a plan that can in next 6 months, probably we can reduce it to 5% or 0. First month, maybe 30 to 25, second month, 25 to 20. This is the mindset, this is the kind of partnership required, where you support business, you help them create an environment and control, but in a right manner, without disturbing the business.
So what you're saying is that in an entrepreneurial venture, auditors need to have a good understanding of what the business. So what you're saying is audit is for the business and not that the business is for audit. Is that what you're referring to?
Right. Business will not stop because auditor is saying something. It has to be how I can align my objective to have a right control in a place. Because this is, everything is for business, right? If business doesn't fly, if business doesn't grow, what I'll do, right, with those concepts? So that's the biggest mistake, and that is where auditors also need to establish their credibility as a business guy. I always say, boss, I'm a business auditor. I think this is how I introduce myself, I'm a business auditor. It doesn't change the very basic of independence, objectivity, or anything else of auditor. It's how you realign yourself with the business.
So in a way, are you helping the founders, instead of falling off the cliff, you're helping them to just have a narrow fall, hurt a little bit of their knees and still get up and be able to walk.
Right.
That's what you're trying to make sure that they don't go to a level where they fall off the cliff and the business collapses. But yet you would like them to run fast, explore the boundaries, and then even if they get hurt, you're there to tell them how they can avoid such things in future.
After some point of time, founders and the business people should have confidence in their finance and risk guy. Okay, I am doing this. There is someone to take care of the rest of the things.
This is no longer a confrontational thing. It has to be more of a collaborative effort.
It has to be. It is happening. People like me are changing that or working or advocating that kind of culture, but it has not gone, right? Still, you see a lot of confrontation between auditor. The little bit of confrontation would say is okay, healthy, but cannot be the way it is, or we hear it.
Right. No, I mean, to build this collaboration, especially from the founder's side, I mean, I'd say here it's very unlikely you will get auditors or people like Neeraj who will help you do this thing. But founders are the one who would have to take a lead in bringing it. What kind of people, what kind of mindset would help bridge this gap between auditors and founders, or the business drive and the avoidance of the risk?
That's an interesting one and also a tricky one. I think it's about your obsession as a startup, as a founder. Are you revenue obsessed or are you reputation obsessed? Right. So that makes a huge difference in how you approach your startup and your go-to market for the startup. So I think disclose early. Take those short-term hits for attracting long-term capital. I think that's a major thing that nobody will disagree upon because they're core principles. And this is a trend which I've seen and which is building up now, that whichever startup comes up, it's more reputation obsessed in India because they've seen the fallout of what has happened of the other startups failing. So the interesting part is the startup would say, we are backed by the founders of A, B, and C. And nobody would write the names of founders that have floundered in the past because they know reputation compounds over a period of time. So if I have a startup and the product always comes later in the website, so it's very interesting if you just, in the evening scroll through a lot of new ventures, they will say we are funded or supported by A, B, and C founder. And I say, okay, where is your product? Let me see your product. It's at the bottom down. So I think reputation obsession is one big thing. A small example here. Toyota Corporation, 2010, massive company. Didn't need to explain much to anybody across the globe. They had an accelerator problem in their vehicles, they realized. They realized that and it is causing accidents. They could have just left it and said, it's a driver problem, an issue on whatever could be the governance of the rules and regulations of how the people are driving. But they said, no, let us recall 8 million vehicles back to our factories. Yashoda San, the CEO of that time of Toyota Corporation, went to USA, stood in front of the Congress, apologized as the head of Toyota Corporation. This is where the buck stops. And he said, we are sorry. Our reputation has taken a hit, and I take full responsibility for it. And had they not done it for any company, they would have floundered. They would have been down in the dumps. Nobody would have taken the product. For Toyota, the opposite happened. Their sales skyrocketed in the next 3 years. Why? Because they, owned up early. They raised their hand saying, it's our mistake. We realize it. And we're going to ship our product back, 8 million cars back to Japan and correct our mistake and, deliver the product back. So I think reputation obsession in Japan is something that really drives not only the smaller one, but even the larger corporations. So I think that's one major difference that really drives how a founder, propels or accelerates their startup into in any country, I would say.
Okay. Looking at the time, we are just a few minutes from the lunch time. Let me just open up the floor for questions. And anyone who wants to ask a question, raise your hand. We will get a mic across to you. And you can raise your question in case you would like one of the panel members to specifically respond. Please do name out the panel member. Okay. And when you speak, please do tell your name and whom you would like to answer your query.
Good morning, sir. Good afternoon, sir. Aditya, I'm Aditya. I want to ask that from the Neeraj Kumar, sir. Sir, upcoming, the OYO is coming with the IPO, and the Lenskart and other companies will be also coming with the IPO, Boat and other startups are also planning for the coming to the IPOs to be listed on the stock market. So, sir, but we have seen in the past, like the Blue Star company, like their IPO also fell down, and the Paytm also has been not been so good, and many more startups in the past has been fall down. So, sir, sir, what would be the and I have gone through their DRHPs and the financial reports also. Like they are not so impressive. Like they are not. I think they are not in the in the position. Like they are not in the profitability position to sustain. So, but they are coming with the IPOs also. So, sir, what are the chances that they will not be failing and they will not be the repercussions of like Paytm and the Blue Card?
I think Dipan should be the right person because he has successfully done IPO recently. I think he will give you more guidance. But from where I look at, see, there are many which has done very good. Paytm also went down to 400 something. I think today it would be 1100, 1200. It is also picking up their listed. But you look at Zomato, you look at Delivery, you look at Nykaa, all are way more than their listing price or their issue price, right? So most of them are successful. Even if they are not profitable, they go for IPO. Again, I would direct this quickly to the Pansu, but see, people look at the entire chain for last few years, their prospect, what they have mentioned in their HP, their financial planning, their leadership, where money is going to be spent, the business idea, and that is where they put their money behind the IPO. Lenskart IPO, I think, got started today only, 31st. So one has to be careful, evaluate it, read it. He has to have a belief in the business founders wherever he want. Which has the IPO, so startup which has not got listed. There are many, and we have discussed why they fail, like Blue Star, if you have named. But about the listed one, most of them had done very good. You know, there was slump for a time being, but they all have picked up, and that slump was mostly because of because of overall ecosystem was not that great in 21, 22. Not only in India, even globally. You want to add something?
You want like to add on to?
So, yeah, I want to ask him another question. What are you trying to learn out of this? What is your learning observation?
So, I think like the founder or the companies they should be having the ethics and the principles and morale to cooperate with the like the sir has said, Daman sir has said for the Toyota, like they have given an example, like they have pulled back. So like I feel like I've taken the insight like the company's founder should have been the realization like they should have ethics and morals.
So let me also add another angle which we haven't explored much in the discussion is the profile of the investors. Okay, because a large part of the company is owned by a lot of these large institutions. So the founders are not the only people, you know, who are taking these calls when it comes to valuations or a certain liquidation event whenever it happens. Specifically, companies as big as, you know, whether it is Paytm or anything else. So founder is just one of the stakeholder, very critical stakeholder. Of course, he's driving everything. You know, if you're asking my personal view, or if you're looking at what's happening, this is what is happening, that the investors are taking a lot of calls. When you have given your company too much out there, that is the, you know, basically how it's going to go, where you will have a certain role, and then they will also have a certain role in terms of returns, because eventually they're coming for a certain ROI on the investments. So they also have a lot of pull when it comes to valuations and how, you know, the market perceives. There are various angles to it. It's not a very straight black and white situation, you know, what it looks like in isolation when you look at public markets. So that's a different, you know, that's a different, you know, reality, you know, there, and they are coming from a different path. I would, you know, my personal opinion is I don't follow this path of overvaluation. So we have I don't know if you are tracking our stock. We just got listed at a very cheap value as compared to the new age startups, because we were always believing in a very gradual growth, not chasing valuations, not having large investors on your side, so that you can build the business the way you want. So they have built the business the way they think. There's nothing right or wrong about it. They're moving in that path. If you subscribe to it, great. If you don't, then you build a fundamentally solid business, be profitable. And the market is going to respect you, if you're looking for that. So it's a very individual, situation. Personally, I believed in this side, and the market has paid handsomely. We've doubled our stock within 20 days of listing. So I'm saying that it's a very personal situation, and it's easy to comment and judge from an outside world of it. You don't subscribe to it, don't follow that particular path, and do what you believe in it. And there's no harm in doing either.
One of the things, Aditya, you must realize that when you go for an IPO, basically you are inviting people to consider investing in the business. So it's not being forced upon. And as Dipanshu said, what you offer has to be valuable to somebody to take out the money and give it to you. But Dipanshu, you brought out a very interesting thing, and I'd like to invite Neeraj to comment. The role that investors play in financial integrity, or lack of it, or hiding some of it. Because eventually most investors are looking for an exit at a valuation which allows them to get a return. Does that objective in some way...
Let me just add here, and then you can come. In all of the failed startups, whatever you have seen as an examples, no investor name has come up. Only the founder was blamed.
Which is what the board governance...
Which is my problem.
Correct. I mean, they had an oversight. They also had an oversight.
No. There's no oversight. Trust me. No. They are aware of everything. You can't hide anything from the investors. If they have internal audits, if they have statutory audits, all the auditors best in place are there. I mean, they may not know it to the T, but they will have an understanding of a broad, deviation somewhere or the air, and they're okay with it.
Your thoughts?
Auditors are supposed to be independent, right? And then there is a board. Is the board independent? That's the biggest question. Right? So is the board itself independent? Independent directors are independent enough to take a decisions, to do a right oversight? Okay, that's a larger question, not about any specific company, but that is something one need to address. IPO is not 5 months, 6 month journey. It is a reflection of your last 5 year, 10 years journey. If I take our example, I'm not sure when it is coming. Time will say. But as I said, probably its preparation start way before. They hired me in 2018 itself. In 2019, since last 6 years, we have a proper audit committee. Very learned people, right? The audit chair is from US, who is academician. He's on board of many companies, and there are many other stalwarts there. We have remuneration and nomination committees. We have risk management committees. When I took over, I came up with code of conduct, not only for employee, but also for hotel partner, for the vendors. I actually circulated conflict declaration by the vendors, by the hotel partners. This is the kind of robust system I started building in 2019, beginning itself. So that is where we are whistleblower, right? So I'm also the ombudsperson of a company where all whistleblower comes, right? All may not be correct. It may be frivolous also. But it gives me an opportunity to look at.
Dheeraj, I am having a view here. Whistleblower is a great initiative. But are you whistleblowing the investors also? No, that's it.
Yeah, I think that's an interesting part. And let me just, because we are trying to wrap up, one more question before we close. Vasdeep Pandit.
So, good afternoon to all the panelists. So, myself, Akshit Singh, Sir, in my graduation, I founded a company named Softapper. So I faced some challenges during that time that we were not able to convert big clients and big opportunity because they were demanding to us infrastructure or big organization or big office to see our work. Apart from that, we have also pitched many companies, so they were impressed with our profile and work, but they didn't give us the work due to we don't have any office or infrastructure. We were working online as a team. So my question is to Karan sir, that in future if I want to launch something or I want to again come in the business, so what strategy should I follow to convert a big client? Thank you.
So I would, as when I started my talk, I said like we have 80 people, right, currently. So today, we actually have 80 people. But this is what I've been saying to people from the last 5 years, that we are a 100 people plus company. So while, it not be morally correct, but if somebody, wants to, if your product has, if your product is good and a deal is stuck, on the part that somebody perceives, somebody's perception is that you should be a big company to handle your project, you can always, overpitch yourself. I mean, it not may be the very right thing to do, but it's how the world functions. You have to take that risk. When we started, we had our office in a flat, but we always used to say that we have an office here in CP. So this is, this is something founders have to do, because, various people have various perceptions and you can't, satisfy everybody. So you have to take those risks, make the perception as your client wants, and clients get converted. Don't worry about that. A lot of our clients who we have never even met, we have done crores of revenues from them. And, many of those clients we got during COVID times, where nobody had an office, everybody was sitting at home. So it's about how aggressively you pitch, and and while your venture is small, you should do it. Don't worry about anything else.
Also, I'll just add on. What Karan is saying is that his product delivered what it needed to deliver. He did not tell anything wrong about the product. But to overcome a certain thought process on the client side that only a large number or certain kind of profile of a venture can be a vendor to them, you're trying to handle that. And I'll just give one small example. Some 10 years ago, I came across a venture which was using an address of CP. So they had actually tied up with somebody to get an address in Connaught Place. They did not have an office there. It was more of a address where the documents can go and the mails can come and go. Now that was more to create that perception. Did not mean that they were giving something wrong or they were doing something illegal or unethical. It's just of helping a person feel comfortable about doing.
So I'll tell another story. We all have a PS3, what we call like the 6-month internship in the end of BTech, right? So at that time I had started my venture, and there was no facility at that time that you can start your own venture. So I said to the college, I'm interning in this venture. And I made my friend, communicate with the teachers that, I'm interning here. So you have to work around the processes, while you are starting up.
Yeah. Dhawan, would you want to add on to it?
No, I think these are very sharp observations, what they made. In terms of, so these are like typical, the CP example that you gave right now. So these are some hacks that needs to be deployed at the beginning of the company. You can't be a $1 million corporation at the day of incorporation. So, but I think having said that, once the system is set up, and the gentleman who asked the question that I didn't have an infrastructure in place, I think either you need to scale up, you need to build your model in a way in which you scale up accordingly, and maybe approach the right investor at the right time, maybe the timing is needs to be modified accordingly. Maybe one also needs to see whether my model is correct or not at the first place. We somehow feel the situation is not right. We should also look at a model in a very critical way and see whether my fitment or timing was right for that approach or not.
Professor Deepak Pandit wanted to, if you can bring the mic to Professor Deepak Pandit out here. Deepak, can you just stand up? I think they probably don't realize that you're asking for a mic.
So thank you. It's been insightful to hear from founders, auditors, and others. I had two thoughts, because which work at the intersection of financial integrity and risk oversight. There are practices on key employees, and it is necessary that startups recruit from the network, but these processes get extended, and that's a pilferage which happens, and they can take extreme forms. In the corporate sector, Satyam was one extreme, but in the startup sector, it's known to happen. Investors have winked at it, and this goes both to the auditor who's doing the risk oversight, and maybe when it scales at a certain level, some clamping down happens, and sometimes it does not happen. The other is with regard to the investors' need to deploy funds, access funds, and these funds are deployed because they are in a cycle and they need to go to the next cycles and they have funds at their disposal. It can be a good thing. For example, in Naukri.com, whatever happened, they had a lot of funds, they did good treasury management, they made a business out of it. And it could also, at the same time, give that temptation to do practices. And I found that investor accountability. Now, these are nuanced integrity issues which are there in practice in some of the instances that I have seen. I would like to know both the founder's perspective, and they can be justified on both the sides by saying that the investor needs to give more money so that the business survives, and you are going to recruit from your network. And when we look at the practice on the other side, it can go to pilferage or deployment of funds which is not warranted, which leads to integrity issue. Your thoughts on these? There are other practices, and thank you. It's been an insightful discussion. And I'm not going to put this to everybody. There's an auditor on the panel. There are founders on the panel. So I would like to hear a few voices, please. Right?
Dipansh, you want to go? I want to take a go. It's talking about how you recruit people and how do you manage pilferages.
How do we recruit?
You recruit somebody you know, but then how do you manage pilferages? They could do things which are probably not.
That's what is, you have to manage risk. End of the day, as a business operator, as a founder, you will be exposed somewhere or the other. It's very difficult to catch all of these things. It's a process. Gradually, you are able to fix it over a period of time. And you're right, because there is so much capital which is flowing to the company. They do have, they tend to see everything, which cannot be controlled. It's not a controlled environment. Startup is not a controlled environment. It's a complete chaos, by the way. So in that chaos, how are you functioning and putting the normalcy in place will always be a process. It's never will be something which will be, inculcated, at the core of it. So I would say that this uncertainty and this chaos is why they are able to, grow at that scale as well. So you have to take that hit. Everybody has to take that, risk of hiring a wrong person, which has happened with us. Everybody happens with everybody. That you hire. Generally, we think that if you're hiring, through reference, it will be good. I still think to the date. But there is another thought which says that you have to go through the process and everything, which is tedious. It takes more time, and you don't have that time. There's something burning. You need somebody immediately. So. It is, I think people is the most important part of the job. How are you hiring? What are the ways you are hiring? How are you finding talent? How are you attracting talent? So I would say that HR is very misunderstood, and it should be at the front end. And I think that solves 60-70% of the problems. So what you're saying is right, but it's just managing that risk part. End of the day, the bottom line is just you prioritize what is important to you, and as a business leader, you take that as a priority and don't come under any pressure. Even if you want to deploy capital and you can't deploy capital because your thought process say that I don't want to, burn money in this way. So that's a call of a founder and the investor together. So they're okay with a certain oversight.
Just to add, sorry, interesting point, just to add, there's a saying that says, you can recover from a bad quarter, but you cannot recover from a credibility breach. So I think this is the point in question here. So it's really about the tipping point that you reach in your organization from where you need to, pivot and scale up manpower. I think that is what even Panchu is mentioning about. Having said that, the process part needs to be in place. It needs to be watertight at a certain point in time. And mediocrity breeds mediocrity. So the kind of people you get into your organization is going to determine the next wave and bunch of people that come into your organization. So, and as you scale, I think that is the price that you have to pay this way or that way.
Do you want to add on?
I see both advantages, disadvantages, both. Having hired people who are from your network, advantage, they shared a good vision, they have a good rapport, they work hard with a clear mind, and in a difficult time also they don't leave, and these are the advantages. If you look at this advantage, right, the biggest root cause of many failure is this particular region, right, where people of their own network were working, and see investors, CEO, founders, not to mind, but they have a mindset of not hearing the no, right? And the like-minded people will always say, oh, this is perfect, this product perfect. They don't want to hear the dissent. And that's a comfort zone they are in the beginning. So that takes them to a different route. Too many capital raise will put again a pressure of how to deploy, rate of return, higher valuation, get into a different malpractices, wrong malpractices, and everything will start. And that is where these people who are known to them add further to the problem, which finally collapse sometimes. So strike a balance, go for some good people probably in the beginning, but have a right process, right mindset, right culture with those people.
Thank you so much. I think it's been a very, very interesting discussion. We could get to cover things like different stages of startup, how risk is an integral part of being a startup, and how do you really manage it, how do you balance it with actually taking business, the auditors themselves becoming more entrepreneurial in this process, the investors who also play a big role. What do they see as their responsibility? It's not just about investing, but also taking the responsibility. And how various other things, especially reputation building, how a long-term reputation is far more important than a short-term gain. But unless you have a venture off the ground, all of these is really meaningless. The discussion can only be practically important if there is a venture to begin with. If there is no venture, what do you talk about of financial integrity or risk? So anyway, thank you so much, gentlemen, for being here and sharing your viewpoints. I think students and many other founders here have quite a few thoughts to mull over, and they will gain as they move forward in their journey, either as a startup founder or maybe in some other way associated with the startups. Thank you so much. Thanks a lot.
Before we move forward to the next session on the agenda, I would like to extend my gratitude to Professor Devinder and our distinguished panelists. We thoroughly enjoyed the discussion, especially seeing how the discussion connected history from India across Japan, from sanskar and ethos in India, and to risk aversion in Japan. With that little snippet which Professor Devinder provided, auditors are for business and businesses are not for the auditors. It was truly a pleasure seeing financial integrity and risk oversight from the lens of true professionals. As we approach the conclusion of this insightful session, I'd like to invite Professor Vaishali Sharma, Professor Deepak Pandit, Chair of I2E, and Professor Jolly Masih to felicitate our distinguished panelists, and your presence and guidance are deeply appreciated. Starting in order, Mr. Dipanshu Manchanda, founder and CEO of Zapfrest. Mr. Neeraj Kumar, Senior Vice President and Global Head of Internal Audit, Forensics and Risk at PRISM. And Mr. Karan Kapoor, co-founder of SurePass Technologies. And Mr. Tamanjeet Singh, who is a Senior Consultant for Marketing Strategy at Rakuten Mobile. Thank you so much, professors. I would now like to extend an invitation to our distinguished speakers, moderators, and corporate attendees, and faculty members for lunch at our E2 cafeteria. Please follow our volunteers, SPOCs, who have been employed at your disposal. Thank you, and may we carry forward today's learning into the sessions ahead.
of sustainable enterprise building, that is, boardroom governance. I am Sanskriti Singh, and it's my privilege to welcome you all and take you through panel 2 of the Leadership Summit titled Boardroom Governance for Scalable Startups, Structuring Success for Young Founders. This session highlights how governance, often perceived as restrictive, is, in fact, a strategic enabler of clarity, resilience, and sustainable growth for young founders leading today's dynamic startups. As startups evolve, founders face critical choices: how to scale responsibly, manage investors, ensure transparency, and build a culture of accountability without losing their innovative edge. This session explores how well-structured boards empower young entrepreneurs to make informed decisions, avoid leadership burnout, and navigate uncertainty with confidence. To steer this enriching discussion, we are honored to have with us Professor Jaskiran Arora, Dean of Education Quality at BML Munjal University, who will be moderating this session. Professor Arora is an award-winning management educator and academic leader known for her excellence in teaching innovation, educational quality, and institutional development. With her visionary approach to leadership and deep expertise in management education, she continues to inspire both faculty and students towards academic and professional excellence. And now, I have the privilege to introduce our distinguished panelists, leaders whose expertise spans across investment, technology, business strategy, finance, and human resources. Mr. Amit Singhal, founding partner at Fluid Ventures and Indicor Angels, a leading investor and mentor with over 2 decades of experience in entrepreneurship and early stage funding, guiding startups to scale sustainably through strategic growth and governance. Mr. Vikrant Singh, co-founder and CTO at Batex Energies Private Limited. A visionary technologist and sustainability advocate, driving innovation in lithium battery recycling and clean energy, showcasing how purpose and technology can co-create impact. Ms. Preeti Mishra, Director and Head of Business Development at HoloSafe Security Labels Private Limited. A dynamic business leader advancing innovation in brand protection and anti-counterfeiting, driving growth through strategy, trust, and integrity. Mr. Mohit Dhawan, President of Investments, M&A, and Strategy at Hero Enterprise. A strategic leader shaping investment and growth decisions for one of India's top business groups with vast experience in mergers, acquisitions, and corporate governance. Ms. Divya Mohan, CHRO at Girnar Insurance Deco, an accomplished HR leader transforming workplace culture and talent strategy in the insurtech sector, fostering innovation through strong people governance. Mr. Javadan Srivastav, co-founder and partner at Sate & Associates Chartered Accountants, a finance and governance expert who has guided multiple startups in building transparent structures, ensuring fiscal discipline, and aligning with best compliance practices. Ms. Preeti Mishra, Director and Head. Together, this esteemed panel will delve into how governance frameworks, when designed thoughtfully, can empower founders to scale with structure, lead with integrity, and build enduring organizations. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in warmly welcoming our moderator, Professor Jaskiran Arora, and our distinguished panelists for this thought-provoking discussion. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Right, post-lunch session. Challenge. Are we all up to the challenge, guys? Right, to the audience. I assume it might be a couple of weeks for some of you into your MBA program, and for the ones who are in the second year, probably 1 year and few months now. In this entire duration, a quick show of hands, have you ever come across a business idea? Oh, yeah, this is something at some point in time I would like to set up a business in. A quick show of hands. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 business ideas. Okay, great. How many of you have ever ordered from Zomato and had your meals? A quick show of hands. Zomato, if you ever ordered food? Awesome. How many of us we know how the Zomato story happened? Given the location of BMU, how often do you feel, oh, there are no eating joints around? A quick show of hands, or are you always in abundance of food around? We all have faced challenge, right? If ever you want to have a fruit juice or golgappas or whatever, it's a challenge. And there lies another business opportunity which Dipinder Goyal from Zomato, when he was working at Bain, found. And from that business idea, how governance and support became a total rocking system to bring Zomato, to have all of us all experience Zomato, is a story in itself. And I think as a panel, I'm very excited to have all of you all, right from legal aspects to finance aspects to investor and employee trust, from Vikrant, who has been here sitting amongst the students a few years back, our own BMU alumni, now converted into a businessman, right? Hearing from him how governance happened, right? We have an amazing story to unravel. So which essentially, boardroom governance for scalable startups, structuring success for young founders. Are governance growth enablers, or are they inhibitors? When we have business ideas, we think that's the best thing. This is going to be like the next unicorn. And then when there is a governance guy, governance team ahead, it'll prick your ego like anything, and you believe that that's the worst thing possible. With the first round, may I please invite each one of us here to share one story where we believe governance had a role to play. A good role or a bad role. I let you pick up that story. A story from your life, a story from media, but a story of governance role in making or marring a business enterprise. Shall we, Amit, start with you?
So, in fact, there is no single story. There are multiple stories which we have learned in last couple of days. We have seen multiple startups which have reached to a stage, and afterward we were thinking that it will be only listing will be the next thing, while we have seen those have not happened, and only reason there was the board governance. So let's break it down, the governance, into the multiple part. Governance has multiple things. As a student, whenever you start a journey, you think that we should start it with friends. That is a very good decision. You can do that. But have you ever think about the co-founders agreement? Have you tried to do that? When we are a friend, we should write it down. Most of the time what happens in the campus...
Amit,
yeah.
Just bring the mic closer to your mouth.
Yeah. Is it audible now? Yeah. So let's take an example of the campus. Most of the time students start the startups together, and they come for an idea and they start together. Then what happens, they start working on that, and they never think to write down the roles and responsibility of each one of you. And there is a statistics which says that 40% of the startups failed in the first year itself because of the co-founders conflict. There is nothing wrong in the idea. There is anything else is there. But what happens, the founders do not want to continue because there is a conflict. So the governance start from the very first day itself, when you start working on your idea and you are choosing your partner. So make sure that there should be good governance. Now there are multiple stories which you can learn. I can pick up few of the stories from my portfolio company, where there were two founders. They started together. That was an event management company. They took early stage money from the incubation center and from other angel investors as well. But they never did an agreement with that company for which they were taking a franchisee. So there was a famous global program for which they were taking the franchisee for India. Verbally, everything was fine. And they were thinking that the sponsorship, whatever sponsorship will become, that will be the income of that particular startup. But what they did, in the hurry, they didn't do any internal due diligence. They didn't discuss it with the board, and they start spending the money of that particular program. Just 1 month before the event, they come to know, okay, whatever sponsorship will be coming, that will be given to the main board, which owning the IP of that product. Then suddenly the company shut down. So the importance is that whenever you are starting a company, it is important to have the mentors. Discuss the whatever you have in your mind with the mentors, write it down, take suggestions, and the governance is very important. I am sure that company may have not shut down if they may have a right decision maker in that board. It is a common practice. We are always in a hurry, and that's why we always believe that governance is very important from the very first day itself. In the morning panel as well, the panelist was discussing that most of the time we think that governance come at a Series A level. That is not the case. Governance come from the very first day when you start the business.
So I think recently I learned this governance from last 2 years. I think it's been close to 5 years starting this startup. I think passed out from 2019, started in 2020. And because I want to share my own story because already experienced people are there. So we were not knowing anything about what is governance, and we were more focused about the product.
Vikrant, would you begin by saying your association with BMU and how the idea happened, so that way they would be able to relate better? Yeah.
So the idea came in 2018 when I was in second year of this college, and I was the second batch, so there was no legacy of the seniors. So you have a lot of opportunities if you want to do anything because you don't have anything built before, like clubs, any kind of initiatives which is needed in the college. So anything which we were prospecting in the college that I want to do this thing, so it was more likely to be accepted because it was onto the verge of that, okay, anyone is starting something. So we started building the cars. You have seen that there is one small space where you can manufacture the cars in the college inside the workshop. So in second year of the college, we decided that we want to build a cars, and we submitted that proposal to the VC that we want to build a cars, and that proposal got accepted. And then we requested that we also want some space to build the cars. And we started building the cars. I think year one, we made one small car which was electric. And this idea came from that itself, that project when we were building the car. There was a battery which was needed in 2018, which was used into the car itself, and that battery was too expensive. We tried to purchase that battery from maybe India, but we are not able to find. And that battery was lithium-ion battery. That was a new technology. That was a new product which was not available in India. And we imported that battery from Korea. And the cost of the battery was exactly the budget of the full car, the entire project. And once we received the battery, so 3 of us got that what is something which is not being there in India, what is something which, why we are not able to build that. I think second year, fourth semester, we got an idea that why we cannot build these batteries in India. Maybe not as a startup, it's just a problem solving. We never thought about that, whether we will build a company or not. It started with a problem solving statement. 3 of us, we went to professors that we want to build this battery in the college. So Professor Amiya Das, Professor Abhimanyu Rana, so we approached them that we want to build. So they requested that this is something which is not being done in India, and you need to drop that project, and you can select any other project which is so easy to do it. But we stayed after this 4th semester, we stayed still in the college in the holidays, and we opened that battery in the college without permission, because we were so, from inside we want to see what is inside the battery. And then we opened the battery, we have that kind of ideation that we can do something. And we also have a clean lab. Luckily, we have a clean laboratory in the college, in E2 building, that is specially built by Hero to do the research on nanomaterials. So at that particular time, I got an opportunity to work into that laboratory, and I took a thesis that I want to build this cell. So the thesis was changed, that idea was changed into thesis in 8th semester. So I was the, third person who took a thesis in the college. Other students, they got into internship. And in that 6 months, we built the entire cell in the college, which is called lithium-ion cell, which is used into the vehicles. But it was a problem-solving statement. We solved that problem, and then we thought that we want to now, it's over, we will do a business out of it. And we were not knowing about supply chain, we were not knowing about sales, we were knowing that this is something we want to build. And we took a small place nearby this college, which is called Bilaspur. We took a small space in the basement. So in the daytime, we were there in the college, in the nighttime, we were there in the basement, manufacturing the batteries for the events. So we started that, and then we realized that this cannot be done because there is no supply chain, there is no availability of lithium, nickel, and cobalt. These are the main materials which is being used into your batteries. So just I want to tell you that even today's date, the batteries which are used in your mobile phones, laptops are even not built in India. 100% batteries are imported from different countries. So we don't have that capability still in 2025 to build it. So we realized that what is important is we need these materials to build it. So we started recycling. That let's take out material from existing cells and build a new cells. So that's how our idea started, and then from college we incubated in the college. Devinder sir is there, so he's our mentor from the day one. You have seen the journey from maybe in the college to the today's date. There are a lot of ups and downs which came, but the question was the governance, which is very important. So as a startup, when anyone starts, they only want to reach that point. No matter how they have reached, why they have reached, and what are the resources they have used in what way. So that also we did because it was a purely deep tech research oriented perspective. So whatever it could, maybe some items are being bought on cash, some items are bought without bills, or there are bills but they are not available. So first 2 years has been brought in a mess condition so that we can at least complete our research. And then the first funding, when it got the first funding, we got to know that there is something called audit before the funding. And we got to know that there is something audit which will happen. So we got that what will be there in audit. So they said that, okay, we will check your accounts. So there are 4 types of audits which were which was in finance, which is called financial due diligence. Then it was a technical due diligence. Then there is called ESG, which is ESG DD. And the 4th one, which is called legal DD. And then we got failed. It was completely red. So luckily that person was, so I think Sushil sir was there, which is from the Hero. So he requested that this is something you need to correct. So we took 6 months to correct the paperwork. That means whatever items we were having in the factory or in the space, we listed out, we made some inventory that this is something we need to have an asset form. There is some technology which you have built, so you spend on the technology that will cover into that cost. So we started as an engineering background. So we both were from the engineering background. We were not having that kind of, you can say, financial understanding in that perspective. I think that's how we started. And the first funding, when it got done, we understood that there is something which is called governance. So according to my terms, the data transparency is a new currency of trust. More filtered data you have in your system, itself it will speak your, the clarity on what you're doing. Not for investors, not for your board members, for yourself. Because if you have all data in place in a right form, you can take decisions more wisely. So it's kind of, you can say governance is kind of, you are taking a vehicle, you know where to steer. So I think governance is all about making a speed progress with the direction. So direction is also important. I mean, moving fast doesn't seem that you will reach in the right direction. I mean, with the moving, you need the direction also to have the success. So like success likely to be more happen if you are having direction in the right way. And direction needs a lot of data, maybe whatever you're doing, how you're doing. So you should have your data in your hand to have more clarity, more responsibility. So I believe that governance need to be there from day one, which is very important, domain in the company to build any kind of organization. Because what I believe, we were not knowing. If we were knowing from the day one, we could have, saved little equity at that particular time, because then it becomes on an equity negotiation or the valuation, it becomes that, okay, whatever it is being there, just do it. That's what I want to say to that. This is a very important topic to be learned when you start any company. Thank you.
I'll start with a quick story time. So about the last year, I was in a job and I had 10 compliance sets per week because we were in investment space. And I would always feel that this is a kind of, task that I have to do. And I would always submit my compliance sets when it's the last day. So I always thought that it's a task that I will save it for the last because I hated doing it. It's only when in January this year, when I started my entrepreneurship journey, I realized that this is actually not a hassle, but a brand proposition that I can build for my company. It can multiply my brand value if I'm actually good at it. So a small story that I can tell you is that I just joined in January and I started business development for my business. And I was chasing after this pharmaceutical clients, and just to give you a brief, that pharmaceutical clients really care about compliance. So when they come to audit you, they will audit you for days until they're sure that you're actually delivering what you promise. So I was chasing these pharma clients for like 3 months, and I would not even get one call. But suddenly one day they call me and they're like, we'd like to meet you. And I kind of went into why they suddenly call me when I've been chasing them for days. And in fact, months. And I got to know that one of the incumbent brands failed in the audit that they had, and that's why they're looking for another vendor, right? So it's when another, and in fact, a much bigger company failed to comply with the things that they promised, is when a younger company like ours got a chance. So this is just a short story of, if we take governance as an enabler instead of, just a task, we can actually grow, especially for a young company. It's like a bridge between what you promised and what you actually deliver, right? So I'll pass on.
Thank you. Very insightful points brought up by the other panel members. And just taking a book out of my leaf, I represent the people function. I lead the people function for this company called Insurance Dekho. And therefore, I'm going to tell our story so that it can help you understand that governance is no longer a choice. Yeah, you choose not to do it now, and later you stand at the risk of losing everything that you build over years. And I'm sure there are a lot of students who raise their hands in terms of their ambition to become entrepreneurs in the future. And there's a lot of hard work that goes into building, big or small. There's a lot of hard work that goes into it. Secondly, governance actually becomes a force multiplier. So if I have to talk about our story, we were a business unit of the Car Dekho group, which you must have heard of, Mr. Amit Jain. And Car Dekho group used to deal in selling used and new cars. And that's when Amit realized that, okay, if I'm selling new cars and used cars, cars need insurance mandatorily in India. So why not set up a business unit? Because there is brokerage that the company earns on selling car insurance, and that's how we started. So this was 2017, and starting from just 3-4 people as a part of the BU, business unit, today we are a board-managed, board-governed company which has got more than 2,000 people, from selling a few crores in terms of policy to closing last year at a 4,500 crores of premium. From what we started off as a fledgling, and we belong to a very regulated industry. I'm sure all of you would know that insurance is a very regulated industry, and It's the IRDAI that sets the framework within which we should run our business, from being not funded at all because we were obviously a business unit, to raising in excess of $200 million, which is the largest private raise that any insurtech company has done in the country today. I think we have come a long way. And when I speak to my founders, I think what has helped us is setting up those governance frameworks from the very beginning, because that helped us run the business in the right way and focus not just on the what of a business. I think that's what a lot of entrepreneurs do. We focus a lot on the what, which is, okay, what is my top line, what is my bottom line, my head count, and this and that. But also focusing on hows of the business. So when you balance the what and how, you actually build a business that is sustainable and that is tenable to international investors as well. I heard Vikrant talking about his own story where an investor asked about a lot of compliance, ESG, and we do all of that. And that's what helped us raise so much money in the worst time that could hit the country, which we termed as funding winters. So if you as entrepreneurs are interested in kind of building your business, growing your business, giving it wings, then governance becomes non-negotiable. So that's something which I would want to put forth, that it's not an option. And second, don't view governance as an encumbrance to the business. It actually gives wings to the business. It actually becomes a force multiplier because you can grow that much better, that much bigger, and you can have an external story. So that's a small story from what I have seen in my company, which can tell you that this is a good thing to have. Yeah.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Mohit Dhawan and I run the insurance business, insurance broking business for Hero. Very similar to what we just talked about, Insurance Teco. And I also run the investment business. So I've seen both sides of operating a business as well as investing in many of the startups that you guys see these days. When Professor Saab asked you to raise your hands, I saw a bunch of people raise their hands in terms of wanting to become startup founders. And we are talking about governance. The first thing I wanted to talk about to people, all of you, was what exactly is governance, right? So, governance is a broad-based word, but the way I think about governance is essentially a mindset of doing the right thing when nobody is looking. तो जब हम कहते हैं कि बहुत मुश्किल है ये करना, ये मुश्किल नहीं है, because tomorrow when you become the CEO or the founder of your own company, you will want your people to do the right thing when you are not looking. And for your stakeholders, for your investors or your potential investors, they will also expect the same what you expect from your people, which is doing the right thing when nobody is looking. And also, how does that actually happen? हम अपने मन में सोच सकते हैं कि हमें right चीज़ करना है. But how do you, when you have an organization of 2,000 people, how do you push that to 2,000 people? It's very easy for us कि हम अपने आप को ठीक कर लेंगे, but how do you fix 2,000 people? How do you make sure that they do the right thing when nobody is looking? So one of the key things that you will encounter is to disseminate that culture. और वो disseminate करने के लिए you have to talk about it all the time, repeat your message of integrity, value system, whatever value system that you subscribe to and you want your people to subscribe to. You have to talk about it on repeat, and your people have to see that being inculcated, imbibed by you. जब तक वो नहीं दिखेगा, तब तक वो 2000 लोगों के ऊपर नहीं जाएगा. And that is what is governance. And as your shareholders, as your investors, what would they expect of you? इतना हम सोचते हैं कि governance, जो विक्रांत ने कहा, 3-4 किस्म के audits होते हैं. Right? I'm an investor, what am I looking for? I'm not looking for कि विक्रांत ने ₹15 का 150 का लंच किया और उसका बिल फाइल किया कि नहीं किया, right? Fundamentally, yes, we are looking for those things to make sure there are structures in place or not. But the red flags, what I'm looking for, कि process है उसके लिए कि नहीं है, governance का process है कि नहीं है. And what are we looking for as investors? कि आप board meeting करते हैं कि नहीं करते हैं, कि paper पे board meeting करते हैं. Do you keep your investors informed in a timely manner? Right? Generally, when somebody, अगर आप लोगों ने से किसी से 5,000 रुपये उधार भी लिया होगा तो अगली बार उसको कैंपस पे मिलेंगे तो उसको बोलेंगे भाई तेरे पैसे देता हूँ, अगले हफ्ते देता हूँ. Right? It's a small thing. When an investor is putting $1, $2, $3, $10 million into your company, the least he expects of you कि भाई जिस कंपनी में पैसे डालें वो कर कैसा रही है. Right? So you've got to be able to keep your investors informed in a timely manner. And lastly, just making sure भारत सरकार की जो भी regulatory requirements हैं, हम उनको timely follow करें. And there is one part of it is the culture aspect of things. The other is just setting up processes. And fortunately, there are a lot of good companies that have processized this compliance. और उसके लिए आपको simple softwares मिलते हैं जो आप अपनी कंपनी में लगा सकते हैं. And essentially, they will in a timely manner tell you कि आज आपकी ये compliance due है और आपके ऊपर ये compliance applicable और आज आपकी ये compliance due है. तो जो my colleagues were talking about here, it becomes a force multiplier for your company so that when you do go and present your startup, your business, जैसे आप एग्ज़ाम में लिखते हैं एक अच्छा लिखा हुआ पेपर, अच्छा लिखा हुआ एग्ज़ाम या अच्छा लिखा हुआ नोटबुक, it gets very well respected by your teachers and your examiners. Similarly, a very well managed, very well governed, structurally governed company is very well respected by investors. It's as simple as that. It's not that complicated. We don't like doing governance क्योंकि हमें लगता है कि अरे ये तो फालतू काम है. But जैसे आपकी नोटबुक में, आपके एग्ज़ाम में अच्छी हैंडराइटिंग में लिखना बेकार काम नहीं है, वैसे ही अपनी कंपनी को स्ट्रक्चर्ड तरीके से मैनेज करना, स्ट्रक्चर्ड तरीके से उसके अकाउंट्स रखना, स्ट्रक्चर्ड तरीके से उसकी कंप्लायंसेस रखना, स्ट्रक्चर्ड तरीके से उसके बोर्ड मीटिंग्स को होल्ड करना और उसके मिनट्स को फाइल करना is a relatively easy and a very valuable thing. So I hope when you guys start your companies, you do all of those relatively simple but very important things.
Hello. So my task is a little difficult given very coverage that has been given. Okay. So the panelists before already covered a lot of things. Let me try and give you a perspective on how practically things happen on ground. I have covered a full circle of working in the investment banking space where Tata and Docomo came together in India, to listing SMEs on the Indian bourses, to cross-border M&As, to startups which are actually raising funds and getting acquired. So that spectrum, I'll pick up few things which has happened in India in the previous decades and how things are happening today. So there was a time when business owners used to create 4 different types of balance sheets. If anybody is coming from family business background, if you go back and talk to your parents or grandparents, you will be able to relate with what I'm just about to tell you. One was submitted in bank to raise funds from bank. It had different data sets. One was submitted to income tax department to declare what income they have created and corporate taxation will be deducted out of it. One was created for indirect taxation in indirect tax department for GST. Before GST it was VAT and service tax. They used to submit there. And the fourth one, if at all they had labor compliances, they used to create another format which is relevant for the labor compliance engagement. And this is the very India, I'm talking about the decade of 2000, 2010. In past 15 years, this practice is no longer tenable. Why? Because the data which was being submitted in different institutions or authorities started getting integrated and cross-checked. So for a lot of people in Indian ecosystem and economy, governance was only relevant for corporate level. corporate boards, started becoming relevant for the belly of India, the middle economy, small and medium enterprises. And the way things are actually evolving in compliance and the way transparency in data crossing is possible today, it is relevant for every single smallest venture possible. So no longer you can fudge information and get away with it. No longer you can have different, mask in front of different authorities to say different stories. And this is where the entrepreneurs today are prioritizing simplification of business rather than trying to save cutting corners in different directions. Simplifying things would require having that DNA of transparency, having the DNA of keeping your stakeholders informed. The smallest denomination of governance we see at our households, in our families. When I was a student at your age, I had to report to my parents if I am coming late at home, right? I think if you are not in hostel, you still have to do that. In hostel, you may not have to do it, but those who are living with the family would like to tell them if they are coming late or even after the late evening or after college hours. That was part of governance. The family, the elderly used to govern where you're working, where are you, what are you doing, the activities. They used to govern even your friend circle and keep an eye on. And that is happening today in the ecosystem by authorities which are regulators like SEBI, RBI, IRDI, a lot of those regulators, the tax department, the GST department, the labor department, the banking institutions. All these eyes are now capturing information, integrating that into a central system, and then asking you questions. So your stories can be validated today. And you, if at all, start a venture and go ahead and have different thoughts, that would not work. So from times when governance is optional to times that you're already being governed, monitored in what you're doing, is what we need to realize, understand, and accept whenever we wish to become entrepreneurs or want to take that entrepreneurial journey, whether it is a startup or joining your family businesses or going in the corporate side as well. Another very interesting, recent thing which is happening, you might have been reading papers and seen what is happening in Tata Group and Tata Sons, right? Earlier, there was one similar incident which has happened at during the tenure of Mr. Ratan Tata and the Shapurji Palonji SP Group. Similar thing is happening today in their boardroom. Now, many people who are already mature professional will be able to relate with their experiences firsthand. But as a student, if you guys just go and read what is happening and what issues are being discussed there, you'll understand the impact it will have on the whole economy, Indian economy. The government of India and representative of the government have to intervene and talk to stakeholders to ensure the boardroom battle doesn't convert into a succession issue. So it can be small, it can be large, but governance is not optional. And we need to accept that.
Thank you so much. That was very interesting. I guess the personal stories really make it very engaging. Jatin just said something towards the end that it is something that's no longer optional. And he shared a very interesting story in between to say that as individuals, if we are getting late and if supposedly we are required by our family to inform if we are getting late, where are we going? Right? Could we have the spotlight on the students? Guys, to all of you all, to everyone who thinks that accountability and answerability to your family, to your friends, is something that's a good idea and it kind of builds the trust, show a hand, a full hand like this. And to the ones who think, kya musibat hai yaar, matlab main jahan bhi jaun, why do I have to tell what am I doing? So everyone, if you believe that it's a musibat, a fist up, and if you think it is something that's good, a palm, raise your palm, right? Everyone, and spotlight towards the students if we can. So, and we'll try to figure out how many palms and how many fists. Almost all palms. Have the first round in itself done a good job? Okay, the palms down, the fists up. Are there any fists who believe कि क्या मुसीबत है यार, हर बार ये क्यों बताना पड़ता है? And don't be good boys and girls, right? Be honest. And our job is done. Okay, right. So I guess we are on track. No rebels here, right. Amit, looking at governance and boardroom governance especially, from an investor viewpoint, what governance red flags do you notice on early stage ventures, right? How do you think young founders can use their boards as mentors and not as monitors, not as somebody musibat, not as fists, but as palms? Yeah.
Yeah, it is working, I believe. So very good question, in fact, and Vikrant has made my life very easy by sharing example of 4 kind of due diligence. So let's understand the investors workflow, how we work when we are evaluating any startups. Once we evaluate and we decide to invest, we appoint external due diligence agency and they do a comprehensive due diligence of the startup to help us to understand that how the governance looks like. As he mentioned about the 4 report, first one was ESG report, which is specifically applicable for his business because he is into the battery business. That's why that ESG report is very important for his investors. For us, because we largely invest in direct to consumer brand, so ESG doesn't come very vital role. We see that, but that due diligence is not required. The second one he mentioned about the technology due diligence. In our case, it is mostly operational due diligence, and depending upon the different sectors, there are different kind of due diligence happens. So we appoint that agency, they do the due diligence. Sometimes we ourselves go to the market, take the customer's feedback, see the entire process, how this happens, how the supply chains look like, and based on the different kind of businesses, operational due diligence or technical due diligence happen. Again, governance is very important. Why so? When I am saying operational due diligence, it means the SOP should be in place in the business. Unless and until SOPs are there, it means that business is very founder specific. He is involved in all the activities. So it is not an independent from the investor. And whenever we invest, that is very important criteria for any investor to see that the business should be very different from the founder. It should not be fully dependent on the founders. It means there is no valuation of the business. In case it is purely a practice, like I am a chartered accountant. If I am doing a practice, entire business is depending upon me and on my knowledge. If there are certain processes of accounting, compliances in my organization, then definitely it can be considered as a startup. The same way, if I will take my own example, between 2005 to 2015, I was doing a CA practice. My firm name was ASR and Company. We were doing audit, assurance, everything. But what I did in 2015, I converted that private partnership firm into the private limited company and started a new being a software company. And you don't have any NDA with your employees. They are working with you. You don't have any kind of agreement with them. They can use your source code anytime. You don't have any IP. You have not filed the intangible property rights, maybe patents or trademark or for any investor. Because he spent 80% of his energy on the financial due diligence. What it reflects? It reflects the founder's mindset as well. Jatin rightly said that earlier there was a concept of creating a different kind of MIS. Different for investor, different for IT department, etc. But that is not the choice as on date. Because even if I have your GST number, I can extract any kind of report from the government portal itself. That facility is there. Even the consultant doesn't require your involvement. He doesn't require paperwork from your side. So that's why it is very important for the investors to see that how founder is serious about the tax compliances, labor law compliances. Is he paying provident fund or not? Is he paying ESI or not? Has he calculating TDS on time? Has he paying that? What are the practices? Is he paying salaries on time? whatever sales were told to him during the pitching, is that aligned with the actual sale? Is there any cash involvement in the business? Is he reporting the right cash to the government as well, or he is not paying GST on that amount? So that all come from the financial due diligence. And that is the biggest red flag in case we find that the founder is not with that mindset to pay the taxes to the government or to the employees or the vendor. It gives us a big red flag and we don't invest in that company. So that is the first part of your question. And the second part is how we can utilize the mentors or the members of the board. Answer is very simple. In fact, in the morning I was discussing with someone, and I will take one example. You must have heard the name of the company called Coparo. They appeared on the Shark Tank as well. Simran is the founder, where she makes sure that she submit the report to all the investors well on time, much before whatever date she commit, and she makes sure that she take the advice from all her investors. She asks the question, very pointed questions, that this is the problem, what is your suggestion? But on the same side, whenever you are talking about board, you should not consider them as a approval kind of people. They are approver for your questions. They are advisor to you. If you are a good founder, you should take the advice from all your mentors, all your investors, and you should evaluate those advice and make sure that whatever you want to do, that should be aligned with your goal. So what is the crux here? That you should consider the board as a advisor, not as a approver. Second thing, whenever you want to do anything which is related to your business and that is a big decision, always bring to your board. It should not be like that I was running a proprietor business earlier and I will take decision my own. There is another company where the founder always believe that I will report to the investor after I will take the decision. That is not the right practice, because there are certain rights which is mentioned in the shareholder agreement of the investors as well, which is called affirmative voting right, where they have a right to get the information beforehand before you are taking the decision. So if you will start that practice at the beginning itself, in the beginning there may be possibility that there are not an investor, but even you have a mentor or the incubation center, make a practice that you report to them before taking the decision, take the advice and report them and consider them as an investor, because even if they are not giving you money, they are spending time with you. In a way, they are giving you a other kind of things rather than money, but still if you will start that practice very early in your journey, that will help you in the longer terms. Thank you very much.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, Amit. So governance done right is actually strategic mentorship. Brilliant. Thank you so much. Vikrant, from a founder's perspective, right? You said that for the first 2 years you were busy doing what was meant to be, and then you kind of got to doing what had to be done, right? Now that you're on the other side of the table, how do you believe, how do you balance agility, flexibility to whatever the business has to do, right, with governance? So while Amit said that governance is definitely like strategic mentorship, do you think it comes in the way of agility, flexibility? How does one balance that? And what role does transparency play in scaling up the businesses? Yeah.
So I think, I believe that the governance along with your whatever the function company is doing, it will always add one engine to it. It is like a double engine. You are first running with the first engine, so it will always accelerate your growth. It might have, in that particular space, you will feel that something I need to do extra. And governance is not like a bureaucracy or something like paperwork. It is actually a transparency and a self-discipline which takes you to the new innovation as well as building the right things on a right track. That is something which I believe in this sector it is going. For example, when we started the company, now it's a board-driven company, what we are right now with any decision we are taking at the moment. Initially when we started the business, maybe 1-2 years it was happened and first investment was done. And what we believe that when you took everything in accountable, so how you will bring with the self-discipline, because in the starting, with the founders, no one will ask questions. So governance is perspective where it brings out the discipline to the founders, uh, which is not needed at the particular time, but in the later time it will help you to grow with a very seamless growth without having extra efforts on the things which you did not done before. Second thing which I believe in this perspective, that the discipline which is being flown, as sir is speaking, that how you will flow that, if for example, if I am transparent, how I will flow that perspective in the downward flow. For example, if I am working with 2,000 people, how I will ensure that the bottom chain is having the same perspective. I believe that there is one thing which always keeps with the company's culture. Whether company changes the business, whether company owners are there or not, but the culture always remains even after 100 years if it is being maintained. And it's example, I mean, there are a lot of them like Apple, you see that there's a culture into it. It doesn't have that whatever the product they have. In spite of that, there are certain things which are constant. Even in the, I believe that because I spend more time with the hero, they have a lot of culture which is being engraved in the initial time. I mean, when I was in the college, I mean, Munjal was also there, so we met. So he was telling that at the time when Hero started, whenever any girl's father is looking for some, for the marriage, if he's working in Hero, it is more adding credibility to that person that, okay, he's working in Hero, it's fine, I mean, things are more fine, the person is fine. To get these kind of words, it has nothing related with the company performance or maybe with the company growth. But these things carry forward a legacy, whether he's there or not, but it brings out the legacy even for the years. So I think that is the impact that governance is having, which will not be seen in recent years. But in later years, the company functional will become more easy to drive. It becomes the flow of your ideology, the flow of your culture, the flow of your, you can say, the principles which you are following or the values, it need to be flown. And without governance, it cannot be brought. So I think it is very important to put if you want to bring a very large organization. And what I believe is that what I have faced till so far, I've faced a lot of situations because we were immature. We got GST rates, the first year GST rate, the second year GST rates. And it was non-relation with the company because we were purchasing the scrap from the Kawadiwalas. We were filing the GST to the Kawadiwalas, but the law says if that person has not filed GST the inward, the liability comes to the manufacturer. So if we were having the governance of KYC to the purchaser, we might have not fallen in that situation. We also got a lot of legality issues because we come under the hazardous waste management in terms of import and exports. So even there is one more story that we filed one grant which was of 6 crores in 2021 from the college. We filed that form casually, that okay, 6 crores of there, because at that particular time we were so immature when we started the company. And that file moved, we got that grant in 2023. We have filed something on that, and in the grants, whatever you have written exact words, they follow with the same thing. Now entire thing is being changed. The project has been changed and we have moved to the larger perspective. Now it becomes very difficult for us to match that MOU which was done in 2022 with the organization which is right now. But if we were having that kind of governance and structure, the SOPs, we might have written with the right set of fixed parameters so that it can be done smoothly. So there are multiple stories which is being there, to be there, and always it will help without any second thought. That's what is being needed, and it need to be done on day one.
Sure, thank you so much. So governance is for innovation and not against it, for scalability and not against it. Thank you so much. Jatin, I believe you want to say something. You picked up the mic, you wanted to say something when Vikrant was talking.
No, he said...
Oh, I'm sorry, yeah.
No, he said, if you were to get married and you work for Hero, I work for Hero, and it was easier. that's it.
Okay, so, right. Preeti, looking at business development and partnership perspective, right? How does governance influence partner and client trust? Earlier, it was like a very beautiful quote that was used, that data transparency is the currency for trust, right? So how does governance influence partner and client trust? How can governance frameworks help young founders signal credibility, attract investors? How does that work?
That's actually a very good question, and I'll be able to answer it from my personal experience. As we're talking, my company is going through a very strict audit, and I keep getting messages about, "Unne ye pooch liya," you know. So it's always nice to be ready for things that you know, might come if you're working with larger organization. Firstly, when you, as an anti-counterfeiting solution provider and a packaging solution provider, while we're working with industries like pharma, automotive, or FMCG brands, one thing that they look for in B2B manufacturers like us is that are they able to deliver packaging that cannot be tampered with, right? Hum fake packaging छाप के तो नहीं बेच रहे किसी और को भी, right? So, and that's being done, by the way, as well. So, a lot of companies, when they come and we're, as a younger company, we have to prove that we have that credibility and we can entrust that, you know, the trust that they're looking for in a manufacturer like us. And that comes from following rules, simply. So simple things like transparent pricing, transparent vendors, transparent manufacturing setup can go a long way in getting that trust from large vendors, right? A company will only grow when they are able to onboard such large vendors, and those only come once we're able to prove our credibility, right? So I think it's an invisible framework where younger companies can grow much faster, right? It's not an incumbent to growth, but it's just an enabler to growth, right? And I think one thing that is important here is that a lot of organizations just keep that governance on the top level of management, but I believe in every junior should be empowered to follow that governance, right? Everybody should be educated on the shop floor. And so whoever is running the machines should be knowing what is adherence to the quality, right? If some materials, some raw materials, so we work on different kind of papers, right? And a lot of times, just rejected material is being printed on, right? So the shop floor people should be knowing what is adherence to quality. And just a little intercept. So because we work for pharma clients, the packaging that goes on the primary bottles is very important. So we work with low migration inks. The inks that go in your blood should not hamper your health, right? So when pharma companies come to audit us, they check thoroughly whether these inks are being tampered with. Just a small example. And even if a human being is able to get in touch with those kind of inks without a glove, we're rejected in the audit process, right? And we've been rejected by a lot of companies. Imagine doing the whole business development process, matching the prices, matching, you know, in fact, even being able to get on a call with the vendors, and then being rejected in the audit process, it's a heartbreaking thing. So if everything is being followed from the very beginning, it's just easier to be a bigger organization, right? So
great, thank you. So brand credibility and not board compliance. Awesome. Thank you so very much, Preeti. Divya, so when we look at governance from a people and leadership resilience lens, right? We spoke of culture and we're talking of people. So how do you think HR frameworks can reinforce governance to protect young founders from burnout, right? How do you think, how can ethical leadership be sustained through good governance in the times of uncertainty?
So founders today, they operate in constant motion. There are too many things which have to be done at the same time. Decisions, investors, delivery, cost pressures, everything at once. And what often gets lost is structure. So when the going gets tough, the first thing that falls through the chair is culture, and you need to build those processes, around. I think that's where HR can play a role which is very similar to the board, which is not being a controller, but functioning as a stabilizer. So founders need those mechanisms where they can sound off their decisions, sound off their thoughts, sound off their apprehensions. Today, if you look at many new companies, there's a concept of shadow board. You just don't take decisions, or you just don't go to your actual board to kind of share your thoughts. You first pre-align your internal stakeholders, and you speak to a very curated set of individuals who can give you that input as to whether the founder is thinking in the right direction, whether things are being built the right way. So I think there, HR, the people function, has a very, very big role to play. And what doesn't get measured doesn't get done. So in the same way, you need to set those leadership operating rhythms, the scheduled reflection points, those decision logs, or the approval mechanisms. And a lot of my co-panelists over here spoke about SOPs, processes, frameworks. So as a people function, you do play that very, very important role to ensure that you are doing your role right in terms of being the conscience keeper of the organization, of the founder. You also spoke about founder burnout, and that's something which is very common. I mean, all of us are on LinkedIn, all of us read newspapers, the kind of health issues which very young people are encountering today are also a factor of the kind of stressful lives that most of us lead. And when you're a founder, then you're not just responsible for yourself, you're responsible for hundreds and thousands of livelihoods and families that you support. And I think Mohit over here spoke about the investor pressure, and that's real. That's real, because once investors put in money, no matter how small or large, they want to know what you're doing. They want to know when are they going to start getting the returns, because they are themselves answerable to for the set of investors. So apart from measuring the financial metrics, a lot of us, we believe that we should measure the financial metrics, and rightly so. Today, organizations are starting to measure the leadership health as well, because there is a growing understanding that when founders who are at the helm of decision making, if they are stressed, then there is empirical evidence to prove. In fact, I was reading a latest McKinsey report which said that there's a probability of almost 40% of decisions going wrong when they are taken by founders under extremely stressful situations. So today, people function and sustainability and a lot of other teams which function within the company, they are also reporting leadership health, and they are actively tracking it. And yes, it can be tracked via leaves, via the surveys that you run, via how comfortable and how the culture itself is evolving. So people function is at the forefront of it, because as I said, that the people function establishes the frameworks, the matrices, and then of course brings visibility to the board as well as founders, so that the business is not being built for the short run, it is being built for the long run. And when you build it for the long run, then you need to weave in sustainability, be it in terms of financial metrics, non-financial metrics, and the people metrics or health metrics that I spoke of.
Great, thank you so much. And earlier Mohit said that governance is doing it right even when no one is watching. And I think that is the way that you so rightly picked up, that culture really is governance in action shaping, right? It has to be deep rooted and doing it even when you're not doing it. And through can happen only by mindfully changing the personnel mindset and perspective. Absolutely. Mohit, you have been into analysis of zillion mergers, acquisitions, zillion, okay, maybe a little overboard, but quite many of them. So to your mind, looking at strategy growth and investment perspective on boardroom governance, what governance maturity do investors look for in a scale-ready startup? To the audience here, while we were all sitting, waiting for all of you all to come, there is this young girl, Anchal. Anchal, if you could just stand up and show everyone a show of hands.
So Anchal just walked up and she shared about her little business idea. She's into floral recycling. And then Mohit picked up some very interesting questions for her, right? So Mohit, if you could kind of sensitize that what governance maturity do investors look in for scale-ready startups? And how can young founders balance this oversight, maintaining their autonomy yet being there?
I'll give you sort of my perspective on it.
There
is no cookie cutter answer to this, but like Vikrant mentioned, any investor coming in is going to want to do 2 or 3, 4 types of due diligences: financial due diligence, legal, technical, commercial. So at least on the financial and legal side, we want to see that there are processes in place. कहीं आप कैश तो नहीं दे रहे हैं, आप इनकम टैक्स टाइम पे फाइल कर रहे हैं, आप आरओसी की फाइलिंग्स टाइम पे फाइल कर रहे हैं. If you are in a regulated sector like banking, financial services or insurance, where RBI or IRDAI is your regulator, तो आप regulatory filings time पे कर रहे हैं. We want to see that those filings have happened in a timely manner. We want to see that there are processes in place. And कि सब चीज़ें फाइल होती हैं. There is a champion for it. There is a person responsible for it. There is a team responsible for making sure. But most importantly, what we are looking for is your mindset, the founder's mindset, the team's mindset. If the mindset is कि ये तो pain है और ये हमें करना पड़ रहा है, that mindset is not a good mindset. If the mindset is that this is very much part of the bedrock of the organization, right? Because like Divya was talking about, when the company grows up, you may be doing governance right today, but tomorrow when the startup is a billion-dollar company and you are under a lot of stress, and will governance slip at that time? That's also very important for us, and that's a function of the mindset and the culture that you're going to drive for the organization. So that's what वो आपको दिख जाता है when you interact with the founder. Any startup investment, considerable amount of time. At minimum, it will take 2 months, and on the higher end, it has taken. I've seen companies, we funded companies almost after a year and a half of knowing them. So in that time period, you get to know what kind of a person or what kind of a team or what kind of founders are you interacting with. And so most importantly, we want to see that that process structure, thought process is there. And if that's there, we would like to invest. And obviously by then, all the other business metrics, etc., would have checked out. But if that's not there, if the mindset is not there, if the thought process is not there, we'll not invest in the company. वो आपको बात करने से समझ लग जाता है, मैम. I'll give you 1 or 2 examples. We've seen, I'm sure a lot of you guys would have heard this company called Go Mechanic. How many of you have heard about it? So a lot of you have heard about it. So at least some of you have heard about it here. But the company, we had seen that company, and I had personally used the product, a service. तो मुझे लगा यार बहुत अच्छी कंपनी है, चलेगी, अच्छा चलेगी. And I had reached out to them, and it was growing very fast. It was fairly, at that time, it was a $150 million valuation company. And very, very quickly, I met them. I didn't get comfort. So I just stepped aside. And very quickly, it became a $1 billion company. SoftBank was going to invest at a $1 billion valuation. Very smart guys, young as you guys are. And while SoftBank was doing their due diligence, they realized that the company had been fudging their GST returns. And the revenue numbers were fudged. From the GST returns, they figured out the revenue numbers were inflated. So the company was $1 billion when SoftBank was going to invest in the company. And then I bought that company at 0 equity value. 0 equity value. Same product, same service. And we bought that company for 0 value in a matter of 2 to 3 months after that incident, right? So That's the, and obviously we bought it, we turned around the company, and now we are selling that company. That's the difference. A company which has a good product service, everything working for it, very essential product market fit, and good cap table. They had the who's of who on the cap table, Sequoia, and most of the good names on the cap table. And the company went from $1 billion to zero very quickly. That's the difference of good quality governance and bad quality governance. Yeah, so I'm sure a lot of you guys are seeing Bira in the news these days, and I'm sure a lot of you guys would have consumed their product on a Friday night or two. But that's a company you're hearing that there is investors are wanting to throw out the CEO. So this is a company that I want to see. It's a very fine line of governance and how governance can survive beyond a business as well. This company, obviously the product did very, very well, but the cycle turned against them. So even when the company was burning a lot of money until a few years ago, most of you know, it was easy to burn a lot of money. The company had burned through 2,000 crores. But the corporate governance issue in that company was there were no corporate governance issues in that company. The corporate governance was good quality. So even if the founder was not able to raise money, the investors want to change the management team. But at least there is no corporate governance issue in the company. Hence, despite the business not working out, because the company has no corporate governance issue, the business still carries value. There is a lot of investors wanting to put money into that company after the change of this founder, because the corporate governance is still strong and the product is still there. Agar paise nahi raise hue the, because they had not spent the money wisely, but because the corporate governance is there, still people are ready to fund the company. That's the difference.
So governance readiness for strategic growth is absolutely, absolutely there on the cards. Thank you so very much. Thanks. And thanks for those examples. Jatin, from a legal and a compliance perspective, yeah, you wear that hat. So what common governance pitfalls do you think startups make early on? And how can legal structures protect innovation?
See, I will give you some examples of things we have handled. There have been an incident when one of these startups had actually signed a term sheet and almost their funding was in place. And they even had a beer party to celebrate that. We have gained what we wanted and we are moving ahead. But as a process of any such investment, once the term sheet is signed, it is a conditional document and it is non-binding in nature, legally. Means you can walk away from a term sheet even if it's signed. And between that and SHA, which is a shareholder agreement to be signed, almost 7 or 10 activities need to be done, which is called condition precedent. So this is a conditional document which is agreeing in principle that I would like to invest, provided you do A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H. And when they went into the fine prints of what it means, they could not fulfill 3 out of the 7 things which were mentioned. And as a resultant, they could not go ahead and sign SHA and their investment never happened. Now, for a lot of people who are first generation entrepreneur, they are only concerned with 2 aspects of business: valuation and funding. They talk about 2 parameters. They don't even understand, or at times they're not exposed sufficiently to understand there are n number of things to run a venture beyond just paperwork or valuation or dilution or fundraising that can make or break a deal. So this is a practical thing which is happening on ground. Another example I'd like to pick up. One of the founders had taken a IP as a brand registration. So brand registration is a IP, intellectual property. So when we register any brand as a trademark, you have option of registering as an individual or as a entity. So the company that you own can register that trademark, or you as an individual can also register the trademark in your name. So what he did as a single founder at the first stage, before bringing a co-founder, he registered the IP trademark in his name. And the company didn't own that IP, and it was like licensed to the entity. And the co-founder came, then he was thinking smart that I will always be a upper edge from my co-founders if anything, any dispute happened between the co-founders. And the project was running really well, but almost 3 or 4 DD attempts could not solve his problem. He never got funded because this particular issue. Eventually, he has to transfer the IP from individual name to the entity name before they could actually make even a smallest of investment in the entity. So many times, outsmarting also becomes a detriment for your progress. So governance or regulations are there to abide, simplify the process, ensure things are actually driven in a manner that anybody can come and test it, rather than only a founder can, take control of things. In India, there's a large majority of people fundamentally think that control should be in my hand. A lot of founders have that thought process that control should be in my hand. Governance is completely anti this thought process. Unless and until the decision making is delegated or distributed, it will not work. I'll take another example. During my investment banking days, I were also young. I was also young, coming out of college and joining JP Morgan. And then the first year, I was asked go for a compulsory leave of 15 days. And it is a practice in investment banking. And I told my friends that I've been asked to go on leave, and they were said, we are never asked, we are never approved leave. You're asked to go on leave. It is a practice in investment banking to have a 15-day compulsory leave for every person, whether it is MD or an analyst or a VP, so that his presence or absence can be tested for the continuity of business. Is he that critical that his presence can ensure business running, or it is the things can also run without the person? So even that kind of smallest of parameters are utilized in industry. Couple of examples, I'll say how regulations have caught up on governance. So recently, last year itself, Government of India notified that if you are a running venture and your vendors are MSMEs, micro, small and medium enterprises, you have to pay them within time. Otherwise, your expense will be disallowed for your tax claims. Means you have purchased an item from MSME, but you're not paid them in time. Timing means 15 days and 45 days. If you're not paid within 45 days, your purchase will still be intact, but you will not be able to claim as expenditure. Means you end up paying tax on that expenditure. Now, this is where regulations are also catching up on the part of governance, that the ecosystem also survives. It's just not about the entity in itself, in isolation. So, I can go on and on, give examples because of things we come handle day in, day out. But putting it short, it's very, very important to understand we cannot fool the system today, no matter how smart we are. Whether it's investors, regulators, the government authorities, employees, there's so much information data out in the market that a lot of things can be cross-checked and validated. Example, one of the entities mentioned to their investors, and it's a microfinance entity. He was raised a couple of rounds of fundraising for impact investors, and they were raising funds from overseas investors. So they thought they are not much aware of Indian geography and diaspora. Let's tell them a story which sounds relevant to them. They told it. They did a social due diligence on the founders. Forget the FDD and LDD. They started picking the social footprint of the founders, where they went, which people they meet, how things are actually working, and in that process, they realized
Learning is very, very difficult. Those employees, those people, your co-founders, your founding team, that's watching you from day zero. So as a founder, the first few days, weeks, months actually sets the tone for what you believe, how the business is to be done. So you're setting it up from the beginning, or you are just furthering your business. Governance does not lose its charm. It has to be there. And as I said, that when you do it from day one, you kind of clarify it to the people that you're working with that governance is not an option, and that's something which will define the way you do your business. So that's from my side. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Yeah, Mohit, would you like to add?
Can you repeat your question one more time for me? I think I understood, but I want to capture the essence of that question again.
So my question was that
Where are you?
here. Shall I stand up? Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
So my question was that mostly people think that entrepreneurship means having a new venture, starting a new journey. But sometimes big companies, let's say Hero, they have their own new business or a new segment. So do you think they have to go through their own entrepreneurial journey with new set of, team, innovative ideas, something like that?
It's a very interesting question. 2 or 3 points about it. Look, किसी भी काम करने के लिए, किसी भी काम को अच्छे से करने के लिए, उसके लिए एक crazy amount of obsession लगता है. So, most of us who have climbed corporate ladders also have climbed that corporate ladder because of a level of obsession. It's hard work, almost to the borderline extent of craziness that you are putting in the effort to have to put, and without that there is no way it will succeed. Secondly, as far as I try to relate it to governance, because governance, like we discussed, is culture, it's processes, it's mindset. Because you are part of a large organization, it's a bit easier for you because आपके पास वो infrastructure already होता है. For a large corporate, you have accountants, you have secretarial team, you know what is an audit, right? You don't have to understand what an audit is. So there is a lot of infrastructure behind you, hence it makes it a little bit easier for you. So you should be able to take advantage of that ecosystem that has been around you. You know which vendors to appoint for doing what, who in your overall larger ecosystem, in your larger company is a governance champion. So you can pluck them, you can leverage them, you can take advantage of their structured thought process and implant that governance architecture in your new venture. So कोई भी काम करने के लिए आपको उसके लिए ऑब्सेशन लगता है और वो लगेगा ही आपको, वो छोटी कंपनी हो या बड़ी कंपनी हो.
Thank you so much.
Right side, could we have the mic there?
Hello, sir. Hello, ma'am. Hope you're doing great. So my question to you all, like when you start your own startup, then there are times when things get repetitive, like you're doing cold calling or generating leads. And after a point, you realize that you are stuck in a loop. So what's your personal strategy to overcome from that situation?
So that question, is it to anyone?
To anyone.
Yeah, sorry? Sure.
I think you described the biggest problem of my life right there.
Preeti?
Yeah, as I was saying, I think you described the biggest problem of my life in the past 6 months. We're always stuck in a loop where we are cold calling or meeting people, presenting, and then, no results come out. I think the only way to break out of the loop is keep trying. There's going to be someone who's going to be ready to buy that product, and that motivates you to keep trying again, right? There's always going to be a loop until there's not, right? So, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thanks.
yeah, last question. Yeah, here, please.
Hi everyone, this is Anshul. So my question is from Vikrant, and as he's an alumni of BML, so I would just like to know, because we all are into the initials of that startup journey and the people, like the students who wants to get into this journey. So what was the biggest challenge you faced during this startup journey? And there would be some time now that where you felt that, okay, it's done, I don't want to continue this. But then something happened which again motivated you to just re-continue it. Something which happened with you like this.
So I think the first question is that it never happened from last 8 years that I felt that this cannot be done or something. The vision which we have seen in my second year of my engineering, it is still continuing the same. I think it's all about when you start something, there is something called passion and interest. That need to be there, and that need to be there with perseverance and patience. These two things need to be added into it, which is very important to continue it. I think we never thought, we both are from the same college, and we never thought about why it never happened. Because the bonding between founders was great, and even still it is great. When you are a solo founder, or maybe you are founders when you don't have the chemistry between you, then it becomes a challenge in thinking out of that whether I have to leave this thing or not. There was not it never happened that it not to be done. Yeah, the challenges came. It's operational challenges, it's emotional challenges that come into your startup when you grow it, because our startup is something which in India it was done on the first time. Maybe from 2016 this industry has started. Lithium has never extracted in India before 2016 or 2018. So you don't have any reference point to measure yourself that whether you are doing right or wrong. For example, in this kind of scrap, like when we got GST search, we submit our own agenda to the government that there is a new concept called HST, Harmonized Goods and Tax. So ultimately you have, when you have an interest and you have a vision, when you have seen it, it's all about solving a problem and you keep trying to solve that problem, whatever it may be in terms of operations, in terms of funding, in terms of you can say sales or purchase or supply chain or team. It's all about what you are trying to build and what is your vision and purpose. If your purpose and vision is defined, you will try to solve a problem. If that vision and purpose is not defined, you will lose your somewhere or other, because your purpose is, for example, if your purpose is I want to build a value of, for example, 100 crores for me in 3 years, you will lose that. But if you have a purpose that I want to build something in next 10 years, so the time frame need to be larger. If your goal time frame is little bit larger and farther, you will keep tracking on it. And then maybe there are small goals. So I think purpose is very important to be sticked, whatever you are doing. And then definitely there is a validation which is required. Sometimes you do the things which is not in a right way, but you are doing. That's what governance always brings, the third perspective. I am right always, it doesn't mean. Whatever I am doing, governance brings that whether whatever you are doing is right or wrong on the third eye. So that's where the entire conversation is there, that governance brings up the right direction to build it, and always you have a purpose. Any startup which has been on a very big perspective has some vision sticked into it to make a larger company into it. Yeah.
Great. Thank you so much, Vikrant. Thank you so much. So we're running short of time. I'm sure this is a panel. I'm very fortunate to have all of you all. Right from having the vision and purpose, right? And supplementing that with the right governance for strategic mentorship, for right direction, for brand credibility, for seepage of the right culture, for strategic growth, for safety net. Governance absolutely is the best possible friend. So guys, thank you so very much. Could not have been able to do this without you. And a big round of applause for all of you all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Jaskeen Arora and our esteemed panelists for such an insightful and enriching discussion. Your perspective on governance, leadership, and entrepreneurship have truly inspired everyone present here today. May I now invite Professor Jolly Masi and Professor Vishali Sharma and Devinder sir for the facilitation. May we have a huge round of applause for Now I invite all the guests for a 15-minute tea break at the E2 cafeteria. Thank you.
of the Leadership Summit 2025. Today's discussion centers on embedding ethics into youth-led innovation, where we explore how young entrepreneurs can build sustainable ventures rooted in integrity and responsibility. And to explore this, we have with us a group of people who have built, scaled, and governed ventures across industries. Moderating this session is Professor Prashant Verma, Associate Professor of Practice in the School of Management at BML Munjal University. He brings extensive industry and academic experience, having led analytics training programs for international cohorts and conducted research on healthcare service location planning and consumer behavior. Our first panelist is Mr. Ajay Kumar, the founder and CEO of Ferry Rides. Mr. Kumar is redefining women's mobility and safety through technology, empowering women to travel with confidence and freedom. Our next panelist is Mr. Devashish Bera, partner at Energy and Consulting at Accenture. With over 22 years in the energy sector, Mr. Bera leads Accenture's energy consulting practice, guiding global firms through sustainability and digital transformation. Our next panelist is Mr. Tarish Pratap Singh, Program Manager at Dihad, an agri-tech firm. He plays a key role in driving technology-led agricultural initiatives that connect farmers to quality inputs, advisory services, and market linkages. Welcome, everyone. And with that, I'd like to invite everybody to take this with this session. Thank you.
Welcome panelists, and this is panel discussion 3. We have been into some discussions starting from panel discussion 1, which focused on financial integrity and risk management. Panel discussion 2, which we also were part, listening to them, focused on boardroom governance for scalable startups. And this one is focusing on investor trust and stakeholder accountability. So thank you for introducing panelists, and now I can directly move on to ask certain other questions and build this discussion. So starting with Ajay and then Tarish, let's know a little bit more about your ventures, and what do they really add value to, and then let's build this discussion further on the conflicts you face between stakeholders, how do you manage them, and the role of ethics therein. So, Ajay, so give us a story about what is Ferry Rides, what is Femzo, and your journey therein.
So, I would like to mention that what we are building at Ferry Rides. Basically, in India, women are amongst the, I would say, biggest user of public transport. But almost majority women, almost 80% women face some kind of harassment, groping, eve-teasing, molestation in public transport. But to solve this most fundamental issue of women's safety in ride-hailing industry, we are building Ferry Rides with a mission and vision to make it as a zero-anxiety mobility solution platform for women, and which is driven by women. So we have all the sister partners. We call women drivers as sister partners. So we are providing safe, reliable mobility solution. In the meantime, we are also creating dignified livelihood opportunities for women. Because in mobility, everyone mentions that, or everyone thinks that it's a male-dominant sector. And I've heard a lot of times on ground also, and maybe with a lot of people also, कि ये तो मर्दों का काम है, driving, let them do. But right now, if I mention that my sister drives much better than me, so I thought that let's empower women to drive and join mobility space and choose driving as a profession, which is not common for females. So that is how we started. The idea started from one of my friend facing a sexual harassment on bike taxi, and she mentioned I would say very small statement कि तुम लड़कों के लिए सारी चीजें बहुत easy है. You guys have all the options. And एक लड़की होती तो आज ऐसा नहीं होता. And that statement of एक लड़की होती तो ऐसा नहीं होता, I don't know why that got stuck in my mind for a quite longer time. And then when I joined MBA here in BMU, so I discussed with Devinder sir that, sir, this is something in my mind for quite longer time. Can we do something about this? So from the first week of MBA, getting guidance with from Devinder sir, Jaskiran ma'am, so many faculties here, and the idea on paper started in BMU, and currently it's operating in Gurgaon as of now, and we plan to scale in NCR and Delhi soon.
Great, and I think that sensitivity and the passion to solve a problem, which if you solve, adds a lot of value, is the core of successful entrepreneurship, and it's great to know your venture. Tarish, you've been program manager for DHAT, and DHAT is also a very interesting concept. Would you like to tell about what is that you are really doing?
Sure. Thank you so much. Very inspiring, the way you are carrying things, and being an alumnus here, everybody must be getting very excited and inspired. I'm Tarish Pratap, and I lead farmer services and retail business at DeHaat, and it's been a long journey of more than 4 or 5 years. I've been with this organization, and DeHaat is one of the leading agri-tech startup, and it's based in more than 12 states. We have more than 11,000 agri-input retailers that we call DeHaat centers. We are servicing more than 2 million farmers through our supply chain and network. What this idea started was from a bunch of young graduates that came fresh out of the college and saw a gap in the farmer ecosystem. In India, we have millions of farmers, and the basic 3 principles that we thought कि नहीं है अभी तक, इतने farmers हैं तब भी struggle कर रहे हैं कि basic access to quality inputs, advisory जो timely कभी नहीं मिलती, and access to fair market. When they get the produce, there is a lot of problems they face even to sell their produce. And through DeHaat, what our founders thought is, why can't we bring this under one umbrella with a tech-first approach and a farmer-first approach? And that is what we do.
Great. And definitely when we see that agri side of economy, if that grows, India grows, we are very hopeful that these kind of ventures and kind of services you are bringing, supporting farmers, would definitely add a lot of value. That's great to hear. Debashish, you've been into consulting for a very, very long time, and stakeholder management and the consulting side is one thing which I think your long career have seen a lot of stories. So I would like to know from your experience on building trust and fostering alignments, how or what could be the possible ways wherein communicating business impact really builds trust among stakeholders, and maybe some stories which you can tell us and give more ideas onto that.
Thank you for inviting me to this leadership discussion. I thank my 2 co-panelists who are very young. They don't have gray hairs. But it's their story, when I hear, it's quite inspiring. So I've never been part of any startup company. I'm in a traditional way of chemical engineer from NIT Durgapur, then doing MBA from SPGN, and as usual going into all these big IT companies, Big Fours, and now in Accenture. So, but I mean, this startup ecosystem which has been developing for the last 5-6 years has opened doors for people like us who are in the industry for 20-25 years and even thinking of, why can't I be a part of a starter, be in this ecosystem as well. So we do work with a lot of governments, India and outside India, and specifically for, I would say, for Indian government, We do evaluate a lot of startups. There are frameworks. There are evaluation parameters. I would not talk too much of that, too much of those will be technicalities, but give you certain essence of what you can take home and think over it, because if I give you certain statistics which is quite real, compared to last year 2024 and this year 2025, we have seen 30% increment of startup failures. Now, sitting on the other side of it and evaluating startups, so we tend to analyze why are these startups failing. And there are certain startling parameters which are coming out as well, which I would like to highlight. And this report was also presented to Niti Aayog, and PM Modi was also taken cognizance of it. And there are a lot of guardrails getting created, a lot of governance mechanism, a lot of hand-holding, drafting is being done by the government so that there are less chance of failures. We want to tap this igniting minds. They should not fall prey to certain financial goals, but think of long-term sustainability. Those are the two things. But if I deep down into those aspects, three things I'd like to highlight. If you are a startup owner or a part of a startup or a co-founder or any firm, or you want to create a startup, there are three things which you can think of. Start inculcating in your minds, in your brain, in your heart, so that you don't end up in a kind of a distress situation after 1 year. In last session, I heard a couple of instances that I run a startup which is a crore worth, but when I come to home, my stress level, anxiety level soars up, and I keep on behaving erratically with my family members. It has been a constant kind of a phenomena within startup founders and co-founders. But starting that journey, why should we getting into those discussions or getting into those kind of circumstances? Why can't we prepare our mind, prepare our mindset in such a way that when I think of a problem which is solving certain purpose of a society, which will help people, let's think of how that business model is sustainable. Profits will anyway come. Think of the purpose. That's quite important. Gone are the days when to 2024, the process of easy money is for putting into startup has gone. There are a lot of issues in terms of product marketing fit that startups are struggling with. So my suggestion would be build a startup which is not running after or any cost or any financial, but build a startup which will last long. For that matter, if you want to forego certain quarterly or a half-yearly loss, do that, but ensure that you have a product, you have a business model which will run long. And there are umpteen examples. You talk about, I'll give an example of Amazon as well. I'll talk of an example of certain other startups. At that point of time, we never used the word startup when Amazon was struggling or getting created in 1990s, early 1990s. There was no startup concept, right? But I'll give an example what Jeff Bezos said in 1990 in one of the shareholders meeting. So it might happen that we will see similar companies after 10 years, 15 years from this bunch of igniting minds. So coming to the point is, when you communicate with your shareholder or investor, the first thing you should talk about, how do you contextualize or having a bit of a storytelling background to the metrics or to the financial performance, to the goals that you have. What does that mean? That means that if you say, I'll give you an example. If you say that I have saved certain operating expenditure of a certain business process, 5%, and then you present it to the investor or communicating to the investor or a shareholder, they might not ring a bell to them. Okay, fine, yes, you are supposed to do that, you did it. But if you say that 5% saving in operation expenditure, and I am channelizing that 5% savings to installing 100 smart meters, let's say I'm giving an example of an electrical startup, which is there, I don't want to name that, to set up 100 or 1,000 smart meters in low middle class income homes, then it makes sense because you are channelizing the revenue, and that revenue recognition is coming to the dining table of those people. So you are impacting people. You are communicating that impact and highlighting that revenue impact and ensuring that is recognized by the shareholder. This is one level of communication that you need to learn, because that's where the VCs, the investors, the stakeholders really look into, yes, I want to put $100 into this company, but tomorrow, God knows, I'll get $100, but I'm supposed to get 130. But I'm supposed to get 200 in next 2 years. I'm supposed to get 300 in next 5 years. Will that 500 rupees come in next 3 years? I may get 130, but 200 is a question mark. 300, 500 to bhuli jao. So what is that impact that you are creating into the society is important. So you should have a contextual storytelling while you communicate financial goals and non-financial goals to your investor. The second point is, within the startup itself, there will be a lot of cross-functional disparity within business and finance or operations or marketing. How do you ensure that individual unit heads of that particular startup, they are supposed to communicate their KPIs, their targets, etc. But as a startup owner or a co-founder or a leader, you need to ensure that you have a coherent voice or a message to the stakeholder. Sometimes we have seen these startups there are a lot of failure cases. The marketing head of the startup doesn't agree with the operational head. And there are open disputes, open arguments coming up into the forum. This should not be the case. As a startup lead, we need to ensure that there is proper mechanisms in terms of how I have one single voice, one single accountability as a lead, communicating that information to the investor or stakeholder. And the third point, which I'd like to highlight, is the focus on clarity of foresight. The foresight is very important. You may need to sometimes forego short-term quarterly goals to ensure that my 2-year, 3-year, 5-year, 10-year goals is achieved. There is a startup, I'll give you an example. We advised that startup that there was an environmental issue. It's an energy startup. Issue on, they were having some environmental assessment problems. They were highlighted that certain compliances are not met, and they had to do certain operational improvements in their processes, into their safety processes. So we as a consultant advise them that rather you show certain less profits or show no profits, to the AGM, you invest that money into building certain operational processes so that you don't have that similar incurrence after 6 months, after 12 months, after 24 months. So in a way, you are upholding that your trust to the stakeholder and an investor, coming out in a more transparent manner, saying that, yes, I had a problem. I could not show you that profit in this quarter, but I'm solving that so that my next 10 quarters are always profitable. And I can honor those investors, those VCs who has completely put faith in me. So this is some of the criteria, high-level aspects that I would like to leave while we think of creating those startups. And as we proceed, I'll give you a couple of examples as well. Some of those examples, like the Amazon one, I'll talk about in next way of discussions. Over to you.
Thanks, Debashish. What I heard you saying is passion should keep fueling your journey instead of certain short-term goals. And while communicating, bring up a story which says that how you are actually circling back to enhance, take forward your passion, serving people, which is automatically probably also bringing more numbers. So numbers should come because of your passion, not because you're chasing numbers. That's what I heard you saying. And second, you also said that governance is important. Coherence in your communication with the stakeholders, for especially as a partners, the coherence with investors. While you're speaking, there should be coherent voice. Very interesting. And I'll go back to our entrepreneurs on the panel and then ask them certain stories which they can bring up. For example, moments when stakeholder expectations conflicted. And how did you really manage them? So what I'm looking forward is some experience of yours wherein you have seen conflict among the stakeholders and what you really did to manage that, starting with Ajay.
So if I talk about conflict or maybe with the stakeholders, we always face, I would say, we have faced multiple times the conflict. For example, there was a time when we wanted to scale up, but our investors wanted us to make the economics better or positive. So at that particular time, there was a huge demand on the platform. So we thought ki demand waste ho jayega, let's scale. But on the other hand, our investors, mentors were always mentioning ki pehle aap ek certain economics achieve karo and then you can scale it up. So at that time we thought, we don't know, maybe it's a bad decision or right decision. We thought that let's maybe, it is definitely that investors and mentors are much more experienced than me. So let's stick towards what they're saying. And what we did was we stopped the scaling plan and we focused on getting the economics better. While doing that particular thing, that we had this in mind, how we can increase the revenue, how we can increase the utilization. And that particular thing helped us to identify one particular major feature of Ferry. We were operating on-demand rides and we had to eventually increase the revenue, we had to increase the utilization, we had to increase the reliability of users. Because there are a lot of mobility platforms. What made us different? The reliability factor. So that led us to discover the different entire segment of scheduled ride on bike taxis. So nobody in India is doing the scheduled ride on bike taxi. So we thought that let's do this particular thing because women or majority of people have a fixed timing going in morning and then coming in the evening. And in Gurgaon, everyone might have experienced this, that you get a lot of trial to book a ride and then बहुत सारे cancellation issues होते हैं. So what if I tell my customers that I'm bringing a feature, I'm bringing a service where you can pay for entire month and you are sorted for the entire month. And you don't have to book a ride every day. That will be automatically scheduled from our own system. You just have to share a OTP with the partner. That's it. And it will be a prepaid ride, anxiety-free, never, like you don't have to open the app to book every day, no cancellation issues, zero surge, whether it's raining or normal day or whether it's anything happened on the road, the fare will remain as it is. But that would be a premium feature. So in that particular, I would say conflict or maybe trade-off that we need to scale or maybe we need to make the economics better, we found that particular feature. And that is now, I would say, one of the, I would say, best feature of Ferry right now in the market. And we are very, very proud of that particular feature. And that led us to a repeat rate of almost 98% of our users on the platform. So that one trade-off eventually led us to have a better, I would say, version of Ferry or a very good feature on Ferry.
Great, and I can rephrase it in a manner that your anxiety that somebody else will enter into the market, will take away the idea, will scale better than us. Why do you want us to put brake on our speed? And then you identifying a unique proposition and something strategically is not very easy to replicate and makes you a formidable player in this space. Very interesting. And let's also listen from Tarish. Tarish, similar quest. And maybe I would also like you to give more ideas about how do we navigate accountability of the diverse groups or the stakeholders. So similar experiences and then navigating that.
Sure. So most of the cases when there's a conflict within these stakeholders or among stakeholders, it comes from a core that koi expectation thi and that got deviated. For example, sub startups hai, sab apne business plan bana rahe, every function makes a business plan. And jaisa space agriculture hai, you make a plan on a commodity that is very seasonal. अभी रबी शुरू होगा, खरीफ सीजन शुरू होगा, फिर जो भी अभी करोगे आप, whether good or bad, you will able to correct it next season after 12 months. कोई और chance नहीं है. And when this variation comes और उसके बाद global warming आ गई है तो यार weather का पता नहीं होता, बारिश होती है तो ज़्यादा हो जाती है वरना होती ही नहीं है. बहुत सारे multiple factors होते हैं. तो हम भी business plans बनाते हैं. पर बिजनेस प्लान्स जब डेविएट होते हैं और जो फोरसाइट तुम्हें दिख रही होती है यार कि ये नहीं हो पाएगा, तो rather than hiding those numbers or backing out, from my experience, it's the first principle of transparency जो आनी चाहिए founders से या team से या functional heads से, to put up their hand and tell कि भाई ये नहीं हो पाएगा for so and so reasons. And be very clear when communicating to your investors when the plan goes haywire. Because this is going to happen. ऐसा नहीं है कि कहीं perfect plan बनेगा. But this is where the quality of an organization or that culture, that DNA comes कि we will be very transparent. Similarly, अगर stakeholder farmers होंगे हमारे, तो farmers के साथ ऐसा होता है कि यार हमारा season, for example, the Rabi is starting. We will be giving them seeds for sowing. Majorly wheat seeds. And we follow a very stringent process of, quality testing, packaging and everything and traceability throughout the supply chain. But sometimes due to atmosphere, wrong time of sowing, wrong type of application, heat, XYZ conditions, क्या होता है? Germination नहीं होता. And ये किसी की गलती नहीं है. Farmer as a stakeholder उसको एक ही chance मिला है to sow. So they are also very angry. And this is where the, like Debashish highlighted in the second point, he said, ki, yaar, core na, communication within functional heads, within the organization should be one. Somebody has to hold the fort or some principal has to hold the fort. Ki, yaar, na, we circle back to that. So what we'll do in this case, our principal, our core function is ki, yaar, farmer first. So we circle back to that. कैसे handle करना है? We'll go to the ground. We'll handle our customer. We'll find best possible ways, very transparently कि यार हो गया गड़बड़. But you have to have that, decision making ability और वो होना चाहिए कि यार I can put up my hand and say भाई गलत हो गया at that point. Because startups में ना, you don't have that time. fast-paced environment है. You have to make quick decisions. Lot of decisions you'll be making, lot of functional heads, everybody. पर सबका DNA same होना चाहिए. Basic principle same होना चाहिए जहाँ से वो decision making जा रही है. So this is.
When I'm hearing both of you sharing your experiences and these conflicts which you have just narrated, I am, in my mind, there is a word cloud which keeps going, and I'm hearing these words of transparency, frameworks, and sticking to them, and ethics being a character, not really it being a kind of operational principle. So that I'm hearing back again and again, and I'm my word cloud that these words are taking larger space. And with this, I come back to you, Debashish, wherein let's look into the potential trade-offs which happen between profit and purposes. And how do you maintain stakeholder trust through these trade-offs? Trade-offs would definitely happen. Investor is there. Some investors align with passion. Some investors don't. They are there because they have an objective of multiplying the numbers. So how do you really maintain stakeholder trust during these trade-offs?
Let me give you two examples. And these two startups, we worked with them for last maybe a year or so. One of the startup is in the defense sector, and the other startup is in the marine sector. So last year when we were advising that defense startup, and basically they wanted to take certain help in terms of how to create an organization, which avenues to venture into. So they have a product, for sake of confidentiality, I can't mention, but it's defense related stuff. So there they have a product which goes into the back end of the radar systems. Now, if you have seen, there are 4 to 5 AWACS were activated during Ops Sindoor, and their backend, that particular product is used in those AWACS. Now, last year when they were talking about this, developing this, it's a kind of a capital intensive. The finance person was not at all aligned to the company's vision that we should develop that product. Whereas that R&D head and the owner, they were aligned that let's develop it. Then we had to, as a third party, as a consultant, we had to come and convince on the finance, aligned with the owner, the R&D head, but there were 2 investors, both of them were sitting on the other sides. So we had to manage that conversation with them that yes, there has been a push from the government of India into the defense sector, and the product that you are making, which goes into the radar backend, is extremely crucial for India's defense sector growth. Now, we didn't anticipate Ops Sindoor will happen, Pulwama will happen, everything, right? So now that company is thinking of, can we next year can we go to the IPO route? So that company never thought of IPO. They are thinking of an IPO route. Yes, I mean, you will think of an IPO route. It doesn't happen in 1 year. It takes 2-3 years. All those necessary processes, compliances needs to be taken care of. But at least they are thinking that, yes, let's start that process of IPO journey in 2026, early 2026, so that at least by 2028, we will launch our full IPO as a full-fledged company. A startup which is just 4 or 5 years old, thinking of a company, just for that particular 1-2 decisions, right? And they have bagged multi-million orders post this Ops Sindoor. So this is where we need to have a vision. We need to have a purpose. What is that product, and where will my product fit into the overall scheme of things? There are certain leaders which say that if you want to make $1 million business, think of an idea which is affecting 1 million people. If you have If you want a $1 billion business, think of an idea which affects billion people, right? So that's how your purpose or your motive should be. You might fall, you might stand up, you might fall again, you might stand up. That's part and parcel of life, and that's where there are ecosystems, governments, stakeholders will be able to help you, right? So that's one example. The second example is of a marine startup, and I'm not sure how many of you know, yesterday and today was the last day of the India Maritime Week. I was there in Mumbai for last 2 days. PM Modi was there, Amit Shah ji was there, Sonwal ji, who's the Ministry of Shipping and Ports, and he was there. Devendra Fadnavis, who was the Chief Minister of Maharashtra, he was there. So we advised, or we collaborated, we put some ideas to that marine startup. They approached us that we have certain products, this is how we want to grow. Now, if you follow news, the Indian maritime sector is one of the prime industry sector government is really pushing a real thrust. There are 75,000 crore of investments or the budgets being allocated. And they are encouraging startups. And this startup who we spoke, they were filtered out of 100 startups, evaluated by Niti Aayog and the Ministry of Shipping. They were one of the 10 startups who came and presented their product yesterday. So the problem that they came up with, yes, we don't see, yes, we started, the startup owner was a captain with 15 years of shipping experience. He wanted to leave job and do something on his own. He worked with a merchant ship company in Dubai and then came back and say, yeah, let's do something for India. So he floated that idea, but somehow he was not getting so much encouragement from people, some of the ecosystem partners, etc., etc. But in 2024, we took him to the Ministry of Shipping. There were certain discussions happened. There was a ray of hope, ray of light. He, along with, supported by some budding engineers, MBAs like you guys, started constantly innovating on a product. The product is like you have ships which come to your port. Now, there are a lot of established products in the market, and those products are outside India. There are foreign products, right? Products from Kongsberg, etc., who are established products from Norway, Netherlands, etc. There are none of this, there's an Indian-based product. So the concept, and that's where the force of all these Atmanirbhar Bharat, etc., Viksit Bharat vision. So he came up with an idea, and then sometimes he was falling apart. Yeah, this will not work. There are too much competition. All these big players hand twist this government. They get orders, etc. But we encouraged them, the founders, the VCs, ensuring that this is the sector which will grow. Now, this product, when he was evaluated out of hundreds marine startups, now he was one of the top 10 startup. He came and presented his product, his solution to the entire forum. And believe me, there were 5 MOUs he signed. And he signed those 5 MOUs with all government port authorities. He signed a MOU with JNPT, with Chennai Port, with Kolkata Port, and other 2 ports. Kandla Port, one of the Adani ports. So which means these ports will allow him to develop or implement his product in their maritime software, in their maritime system of architecture. So his door is open now. He already will have 5 contracts in next 1 or 2 months. Now, once he has the 5 contracts, the world is open to him. He will have foreign contracts. He will have credibility of all these Indian credentials. So now he is smiling. Just 1 year back, he was a 15-year kind of a captain, shipping, marine background, not knowing what to do. started certain products, but losing sight every now and then. But now he's a smiling man. That's how things change. So if you have a purpose and you have a focus, don't lose sight of that focus. It's very easy to lose sight of the focus, right? So there are a lot of distractions. Very easy to lose sight of the focus, but keep pushing yourself, because if you have the fire in your belly, things will definitely turn up. And now it's the good thing is that government is encouraging. Yesterday, Modi spoke about 45 minutes, and out of 45 minutes, he stressed on 10 to 15 minutes on the startup ecosystem, the marine startup. Obviously, it was an India Maritime Week. He was focusing on marine startups. Yes, those 90 startups who didn't qualify, we would like to evaluate their solution and products. Why didn't they qualify? Can we invest in some of those premium out of, let's say, filtered out of those 90 who didn't qualify? There will be certain ideas which can be taken into forward, right? So that is how the encouragement the government is trying to put forward. Yes, I hear the two budding entrepreneurs here. They have a focus which is quite nice, addressing some social issues, etc. But my only request is don't lose sight of that focus, right? So you might hit certain red stuff in your balance sheet in some 1 month, 2 months, but that's a part and parcel of your life. And that's where you ended up in a journey called startup, which is very unstructured. Unlike me, which is a very structured way of working in an Accenture ways of company. Okay.
That what
So,
I
thank
heard you say, Devashish, is a very interesting part. Earlier, when entrepreneurs were really trying to handle profit versus focus conflict, and trying to and probably getting into a phase wherein they might lose out the steam, what you said is there is a government infrastructure, there is a pool of consultants and advisories like yours which are around. So if you are not getting clarity, just seek out clarity through them and they'll help you out. What I heard in the stories you told is that probably if you are not around as a catalyst, things would not have happened, or they might have gone on a slower path. So I think this is great to hear that government is also supporting, and there are a lot of consulting firms which are also around to ease off the fog which we sometimes experience. And I was also listening to Tarish and you, wherein one particular point which I want to, if I give it a kind of algorithmic framework, your sensitivity till you are speaking is felt by anybody who is hearing you, and they get aligned. But when you are not around, how does that become ethical framework? And I'll take what Tarish said. In the conflict, see, things will go wrong. And when the dynamics are there, things would not happen the way you are expecting them to happen. But farmers first. He said that farmers first. And that helps us doing it. While Tarish is there, while Ajay, you are there, it is a sensitivity which is driving it. But if you are not there, how do you ensure it becomes an ethical framework for the people who are working with you and they are also following it? How do you ensure that? And I'll start with Tarish to think about it.
Yeah, this is where, like I said, first principles बहुत important है. The foundation that you build your startup and the culture that you inculcate, like previous panel में discussion हो रहा था about governance. Governance, what I have seen is not just a checklist. It has to be a leadership call. The DNA of that company, the culture within our organization has to support that. Otherwise, it is a latent cost. आपको पता है कि यार इसको ना अभी नहीं करूँगा मैं, और this is the playbook, or I'll not make that playbook. I'll not create a framework for my team or my people to think about, to fall back on some principles, everybody will start making their own principles. And this is where you lose control. So that is why it's very important that we chart down certain things. और बहुत बड़े काम नहीं होते, बस छोटे छोटे processes के लिए छोटे छोटे playbooks बनानी है. This is the way we want things to be done, or this is how we should approach it. Or when you start doing this, you will see that there's not need for having every month you should have a town hall. Every month you should not, be in your employees' face telling them कि यार we stand for this. It should be an onboarding journey जब से कोई आ भी जाता है. So that they know what values you stand for, and when it comes a time where you have to make tough choices, you are ready with your toolkit or your framework based upon which you can take decisions.
And Ajay, your take on this.
For me, I would say if I am not there, this is the first thing to have a right set of co-founders. That is very important, I think. Because when I am not there, Vindhya is there, Himanshu, one of our co-founder and CTO, he is there. So what I have understood is that from the very first day, I'm very transparent with Vindhya, Himanshu, that this is what we are doing. This is the, I would say, obsession with the product we have. This is the purpose we are doing, as you mentioned about the purpose also. This is the purpose we are doing. And these are the few things which we are not going to do or which we are not going to take in the future. That is for sure. So there came a time when we got offered a very good amount of money for the venture. But I was deep down thinking that this is wrong. We should not take it. But I thought that maybe this is the time my team needs this particular scale or this particular fund to scale it up. Vindhya, deep down, she's thinking that this is not right. But maybe Ajay and Himanshu, they want this. On the other hand, Himanshu is thinking that sir and ma'am don't want this, but sir and ma'am want this, but मेरे को तो नहीं चाहिए ये. And so we took the call कि चलो ठीक है, let's try it out. While we were about to sign the papers, I don't know what clicked in all of us. We just sat together and we asked each of us कि I asked Vindhya कि final करना है, I asked Himanshu करना है. Then they mentioned कि आप कर रहे थे इसलिए कर रहे हैं. I was like कि boss मेरे को तो first day से नहीं करना था. ठीक है, sorry. So that is the kind of, I would say, sync in our team that if I am not there, and then a similar kind of opportunity came in future. I was not there. I was handling something else. That opportunity came to Himanshu. So on the very first note, he said that कि ये नहीं करेंगे, because we all three we don't want to do this kind of things. So वो transparency अपनी team के साथ भी, and everyone is, I would say, aligned with this simple vision कि हमें ये करना है और फेरी को यहाँ पहुँचाना है. तो हमें पता है कि कुछ पार्ट आपको पॉजिटिव्स भी आएंगे बीच में. देयर विल बी पीपल अराउंड यू जो आपको मोटिवेट करेंगे कि आप गलत करो, बट वी नो कि हमें किस पॉइंट पे पहुंचना है एंड पीछे रूट्स क्या हैं हमारे पास, क्या हमने अपने लिए गोल सेट किया हुआ है, व्हाट आर द एथिकल डिसीजंस वी हैव टू टेक. एंड अगेन, इफ I am doing the right thing, if Vindhya is doing the right thing, if Himanshu is doing the right thing, and we are passing the right things to the team, तो हमें पता है कि जो team भी है, then they react in a similar way the management or I would say the founders do. So this is the kind of thing we have.
Yeah, so I hear that do it at the right time and do not wait. Probably you need a very simple playbook to operate with, don't complex. That's what I heard. And I think this is the right time to open for questions and queries from our audience. So please, you have questions, ask to the panelists, or if you want to keep it open, do let us know that it is open for any of the panelists to answer that question. Questions, please.
Hello. So my question is open for the panel. MBA students, because I'm a faculty here, and MBA students, they are, wired, right, for seeking a job instead of, opening or thinking about the ventures. So any message, any word of wisdom we would like to, address to our audience, largely, students who are sitting here in this venue?
So being, I would say, again, pass out of MBA 2023, I can relate to your question, ma'am. And yes, there comes a time when we have to think about the placements. Siddiq sir is here, so I'll not speak much about placements. So there comes a time when we have to choose that. So for me, it was more of that I was well aware with the fact that I have done my studies or maybe this MBA in a very good way and good CGPA, everything good. I know how to get a job. So for me, that statement of एक लड़की होती ऐसा नहीं होता, that statement was coming back in my mind for a quite longer time again. तो मुझे ये पता था कि job मुझे आज नहीं तो कल I'll get a job. But for the first thing which is in my mind कि मुझे कुछ अलग करना है. So that was my perception कि मुझे कुछ अलग करना है. That cannot be with everyone. So I was like कि अगर मैंने अपने इन पे सब चीज़ें सही किया है, maybe I'll give it a try after 1 year. But for the 1 year, till the time my parents are not dependent on me, because I roughly calculated about 2 or 3 years, my parents have enough money to survive. They are not dependent on me for every single rupees. So I thought that I'll take the risk, because anyone in the family has to take the risk if you want to change something. So I thought, okay, I'll take a risk. For the next 3 years, I'll put 100%, 200% into my venture. And after 3 years, I'll decide if वो जो start किया था, अगर ये वो vision थोड़ा भी click कर रहा है, तो I'll keep trying it out. अगर नहीं कर रहा है, I'll definitely get a job. ऐसा नहीं है कि आपको 3 साल के बाद जॉब नहीं मिल सकती है, because when you start a venture, when you learn different things एक साथ. For example, I'm a MBA in marketing and operations. मुझे पता था कि मुझे जाकर right now I'm not doing any sort of marketing. Vindhya is the CMO, she looks after all the marketing. But I have a knowledge of marketing, I have a knowledge of operations, I have a knowledge of somewhat kind of HR also. I deal with strategy, operations, I handle investor relations. So multiple verticals पे एक साथ काम करने को मुझे मेरे venture के वजह से मिला. Maybe अगर I was getting a job as product manager, तो मैं सिर्फ या तो वो एक part कर रहा होता, यहाँ पे मैंने 6-7 different verticals खुद सीखे. So I know कि मुझे यहाँ से इतनी learnings और experience मिल सकती थी, so that I could have landed a better job after 3 years also. ठीक है, थोड़ा बहुत up and down होता, but that experience would have given me a better job. But मेरे पास वो time था, so I took it out. मैंने वो risk लिया, and again I'm thankful to faculties also कि मुझे उस time पे देविंदर सर हो या जसकिरण मैम हैं, बहुत support किया, extreme support किया. So you guys can talk to देविंदर सर, जसकिरण मैम any day, they will support you out, and they guide कि आप कैसे इस चीज को अगर आप रिस्क भी ले रहे हो तो how you can maximize that particular thing कि आप वो better जगह पे land करो. So that is my experience.
Devashish, in this case, adding to this, what kind of infrastructure and the government support or consulting, if people, see, they might not be having huge amount of money to reach out to consultant networks or big firms like Accenture and others. So what should they really do in that case?
See, there are a lot of ecosystem partners who are there or operating in this startup arena. Now, from government perspective, if you follow certain newses, which government, whether one ministry or this, yesterday I was in many times, so it was all about shipping and port ministry there. So they have a startup ecosystem fund, which they are encouraging startups, which definitely are part of maritime sectors, port development sectors, etc. So, and recently there was an overall R&D fund or a scheme being launched by the government as well to focus on indigenous R&D related stuff or ecosystem or people who are coming up in this, whether it's in healthcare or in consumer goods or in retail, any aspect of life where people want to create certain they have certain idea, you can approach them They have recent, I mean, this is a recent news which government came up with respect to, I think it's in August this year itself. They have details of people who you can approach, their email ID, contact numbers. If you have an idea, approach them, make a presentation. If they find merit, they will handhold you in terms of funding, in terms of support, in terms of, they will appoint certain SMEs as well, right? So there are a lot of retired, superannuated people in those areas. They will channelize or direct you to those people, speak with them, so that the idea which you have is more nourished and then you can go to the market, right? Because you guys are budding engineer, you may have an idea, but the moment you will think of an idea and start building, you will have a fear in mind that after 3 months, 4 months, kya hoga yaar? Parents will ask for a year, kya kar rahe ho? Kind of thing, right? So I'm saying there are, obviously there is MyGov, startup e-page you might have cruised through as well. Now, avenues are there. Definitely companies like us, we also have a kind of a small organization within our firm who helps startups. We don't charge money too much, but definitely we provide advices to them in terms of hand-holding them so that they can also see the day of the light, right? Now, I heard ma'am's question, had this kind of environment we were there in 20 years back, we'd have thought of these ideas as well, right? So after graduating from college, acha companies are for campus placements, everything there. You should sit in those companies, get a job, and then move out, right? We didn't have these ideas. Now, this is an idea which you guys are privileged with. I'm saying, yes, there are risks, definitely. If you want to do something on your own, there are risks. Every step you will have to face challenges as well. So, but that doesn't deter you that you have a budding idea. Nourish that, seek help, right? There are multiple avenues, as I said. I can share a list with sir and certain emails from government departments so that that can be shared with you. And if you have an idea for that particular industry, you can approach them. There are certain retired superannuated people who have been nominated to help startup innovation or incubators as well. So the vast ecosystems infrastructure is there. So I don't think there is a fear, there should be any fear, but yes, the idea that you want to develop, nourish, do it well. When I say do it well, means you have to have a passion, you have to have ethics. You can't say ethics, I will do ethics after 1 year or so. Ethics by design has to be inculcated from day one itself. Otherwise, as I said, 11,000 startups failed in 2025. We are not even end of 2025. 11,000 startups. Last year it was 8,400. This is 30% this year, right? So these statistics are sometimes scaring, but if you look into the details of those analysis, we are maturing ourselves in the startup journey, right? So that maturity is important for us to acknowledge, right? So everybody, whether government, whether consultants like us, agencies, the founders, co-founders are all part of this. So we need to understand we are maturing. Yes, there will be a fall, but you have another better idea. You can start it up after 6 months. You may succeed.
Yeah, great. And we will wrap it up with some small inputs here. For example, even if you join job and some ideas strike you, BMU can be your first place to come back and connect with the Davinder Singh. And if you're looking for problems and which you can solve, looking for some more ideas, I think Tarish is having plenty of problems which he wants to solve in the whole chain of them. We will share Tarish's number if he will allow us or connects with him. So sometime we'll request other entrepreneurs to come back and share the plethora of problems they want to solve. May not be within their organization or through their organization, maybe some ideas can be taken up later. With this, thank you so much, panelists, for taking out time and sharing your views.
Thank you, gentlemen, for that insightful discussion. I'd like to invite Professor Vaishali Sharma and Professor Jolly Masih for the felicitation. And with that, I'd like to hand over the podium to my colleague Aditya.
Thank you, Mukundan. Ladies and gentlemen, what a day it has been. We have spent hours translating strategy into practice, and the collective impact in this room is palpable. This summit has been about laying the foundations for enduring excellence. As we head to one of our final sessions, we now turn to a leader who has spent 3 decades nurturing those foundations across global enterprises. Echoing the very spirit of excellence we celebrate today, it is my distinct honor and proud privilege to welcome Mr. Prem Singh to this summit, a graduate in mechanical engineering and a postgraduate in management from IIT Delhi. Mr. Singh brings over 30 years of experience in shaping leadership, talent, and organizational excellence across India, America, and Europe. Currently serving as president of Group HR at JK Organization, he has previously held senior HR and leadership roles at Workhart, Piramal Enterprises, SR Group, Owens Corning, and JCB India. Recognized among India's 50 best HR leaders and top 100 most talented global HR leaders by CHRO Asia, he has received several prestigious awards, including the Global HR Excellence Award, the Golden Peacock HR Excellence Award, and the Chairman's Leadership Award. His distinguished career is marked not only by organizational transformation, but also by his focus on governance, people capability development, and nurturing leadership experience that is valuable to every entrepreneur arriving to build sustainable and well-governed startups. With great pleasure, please join me in welcoming Mr. Prem Singh with a huge round of applause.
I can start now? Okay. Hi, good evening, everyone. I can imagine that. I actually thought as much, or when I was just walking towards the podium, I thought about the energy levels, and I was absolutely bang on. By the way, I can very well imagine आप लोगों के साथ में जो पूरे दिन भर हुआ है, it's not very easy to go through this entire day, or if I can use the word. So मैं आप लोगों का दर्द समझता हूं. अगर आपको ऐसा लगता है कि आपके साथ में नाइंसाफी हुई है, तो बाय द वे प्रोफेसर मिठू, नाइंसाफी आप लोगों ने मेरे साथ भी करी है. यू नो व्हाट, आपने पूरे दिन का डिस्कोर्स कर लिया, पूरे दिन की डिस्कशन कर ली, और मुझे एकदम लास्ट में बुलाया, एकदम एंड में, जब सब कहानी खत्म हो गई. एवरी डिस्कशन हैज बीन डन. यू नो व्हाट डू आई टॉक नाउ? सब कुछ तो कहानी खत्म हो गई. एवरीथिंग हैज बीन स्पोकन, वॉट एवर वॉज टू बी स्पोकन. एंड दैट रिमाइंड्स मी ऑफ ए स्मॉल कपलेट. जब मेरे घर का बंटवारा हुआ, किसी के हिस्से में दुकान आया, किसी के हिस्से में मकान आए, लेकिन मैं घर में सबसे छोटा था, मेरे हिस्से में मां आई. So I will try to summarize whatever has been discussed, although I have not been privy to whatever the discussions have happened, but I'll try and summarize some of those discussions. But before that, can I make a request? The students who are in the front benches, they can come towards the back, or the back benchers can come towards the front, whichever you decide. Okay, so the majority wins. So I would request that the front benchers can come here. There are a lot of benches, there are a lot of chairs around, right? Please come. All the students here. Yeah, come. Aajo, come. So, and I think I have about 15 minutes time, Professor Mithu. 15 minutes? आप लोग भी इधर ही आ जाओ ना. Otherwise, I do not want you to be left alone. Please come. Sorry to make you move, but it's nice to do some exercise. Come. Aye. Okay, friends. I'll just take no more than 15-16 minutes. I hope that is okay. Yeah? And I'm not from the startup world. I'm from the HR world. I'll talk something very generic, something very general, but something which will be useful for you all. Number one, everybody settled? Okay. Can I get some hot water? थोड़ा गर्म पानी, अगर कुछ हल्का सा गुनगुना पानी अगर आप एक कप में मंगवा दे, that will be helpful. So friends, we are talking about startup ecosystems, right? Now, before we talk about startup ecosystem, let's understand what's happening around the world. Let's understand what's the context in which we are talking about this. You see, globally, there are 2-3 major things which are happening. Number one, globally, there is a lot of conflict, lot of instability throughout the world. Most of the places, most of the regions have some or the other conflict going on. Against that, India is far more stable as a country. That's a positive news. Most of the economies, most of the countries are either degrowing or they are stagnant. Large economies are stagnant, or some of them have started degrowing. Against that background, India is growing and will continue to grow for next many, many years. Point number 3, thank you. To the numbers, but I'm talking about the major trends. In next 25 years, when we talk about Viksit Bharat, between now and 25 years, majority of the economies will get doubled. For example, US 25 years. So compared to the global economies, large economies which will grow 2 times, India will grow 6 to 7 times. That's the growth agenda, that's the growth potential in India. Young country, ambitious people, tech savvy, digital savvy, and lot of things happening. Therefore, if there is any good time to live in India, it is now. So all of you are living at the right place at the right point of time. So give yourself a big round of applause. Indian economy today is about $4.2, $4.3 trillion, right? By 2028, will become $5 trillion. Out of that $5 trillion, $1 trillion will come only through tech economy. And no wonder we are talking about the startup, which is essentially led by tech and essentially fueled by the young people like yourselves. So best opportunity, best time, and only thing that we need to get to do is get our act right in terms of making the right decisions, making the right choices, and making sure that you play your game better, you play your game effectively enough. Just to give you some more, a little bit of a historical perspective. When India became independent, from that time onwards, it took 60 years for the country to become $1 trillion. $1 trillion, 60 years. Next $1 trillion were added in 7 years. Next $1 trillion, that is the third $1 trillion, were added just in 5 years. Fourth $1 trillion could have just been added in 5 years, but the COVID hit, and that's how we are now around $4.2, $4.3 trillion. And the rate of growth which is going to happen in India will be much faster now. Now, coming back. Are we going to grow in the same sectors that we have currently now? Answer is certainly no. There are newer sectors which are going to emerge, newer sectors which are going to become important. For example, chip design, chip manufacturing, electronics, defense-related equipment, aerospace. We never thought about those. Oceanography-related industry, e-tech led several sectors like e-agri-tech and many others. Wherever you can think of using technology and creating customer experience which is much more seamless, which can deliver customer solutions faster, better, with lot more ease, there you can think of using technology and you can think of creating value for the society or for the customer. Fundamentally, and I think this came up in the discussion also, you must be able to think of some problems to solve. For example, Uber. Uber is essentially what? Moving people from one place to the other. Somebody thought about the idea about Uber, right? Let me give you another example. You know, I'm sure all of you have your own vehicles, and many a times you must be going through this problem. When you get a issue with respect to your tire, I come from JK Group, and tire is one of our flagship business. Just imagine if you own a fleet of trucks or buses. You have hundreds and hundreds of tires fitted into your vehicles. Just imagine if you have a warranty issues in your vehicles with respect to tire. Conventional approach used to be you file your claim, warranty claims, it takes anywhere between 15 to 20 days to get resolved. And therefore, after 15 to 20 days, you get to hear what is the decision with respect to your tire, with respect to your problem. 3-4 years ago, somebody thought about doing it differently, because fundamentally, digital is nothing but doing things differently rather than conventionally. Somebody said, why can't we automate this whole thing? So what somebody did was gathered the entire data, collected all the data points with respect to all the potential complaints which had happened in the last couple of years, and based on that developed an algorithm and devised a formula, devised a software which will allow you just upload the picture of your tire issue, and within a couple of minutes, you will get an answer. So that means what? It created a data lake. It created a solution to a problem which earlier nobody thought. Similarly, you could think of lot of areas where you could apply technology, where you could apply digital and could create value for customer. As opposed to 15 to 20 days, today 95 to 96% of the tire-related warranty claims get settled within a time between 14 to 19 minutes. That is it. That's how you create value. Now let me talk about certain lessons with respect to how do you build successful startups. Some of my colleagues have already spoken, but I'll talk about some of the fundamentals. Number one, when you are building your team, I think that is the most important lever in your success of your startup. Choosing the right people, choosing the people based on their talent, choosing the people based on what they are great at, that becomes your number one starting point for the success of your startup. Let me talk about one classical research. Why this is important to make sure that you choose your people based upon the strength of your team members. You know, about 35 years ago, University of Nebraska in US conducted a very classical research. They wanted to study the strengths and weaknesses of the people, and if you train them, how generally the people respond, right? So what they did was, they gathered a group of 500 students, and they wanted to study their speed reading skills. Mind you, it's a speed reading skill. It's not normal reading, right? So they conducted the test over these 500 people and figured out that the average speed of the reading of these students could be classified into two clusters: slow readers and the fast readers. Slow readers could read as much as 90 words per minute. Mind you, it's a speed reading, it's not normal reading. The fast readers could do as much as 350 words, right? For next 6 months, both the groups were taken through exactly the same training of how do you improve your speed reading. Various techniques, various tactics, etc. Same curriculum, same faculty, same environment. 6 months later, both the groups were subjected to the test again, just to see how much has been the improvement in the speed reading of these students. The first group, which were slow readers, they improved from 90 to 150 words. About 60-70% improvement, right? The other group, which was already at 350 words, they also showed some improvement. Any guess kitna badha hoga, kitna improvement hua hoga from 350? How much do you think they would have gone up? Any guess? 500? One more guess? No penalty on wrong guesses. Don't worry. 400? Friends, hold your breath. This is not my opinion. It's a research, properly well documented and available in Google, University of Nebraska site. So this is not my opinion. From 350, they went up to 2,900. 2,900. Now let me ask you another question. Supposing if you are the professors of physics and you had two students in your class, Virat Kohli and Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam, and if you were to coach and train them in the lessons of physics, who do you think will shine? Dr. Kalam? Conversely, if you were to train them in cricket, who do you think will shine? That's exactly the point. You see, we are all wired differently. We all have very different kind of working. We all have different traits. We are born with certain skills which are very difficult to change. It's very important to identify what you are great at. And the areas in which you are great at, those are the areas in which you will shine much better through training, through coaching, through mentoring. It is no good, therefore, identifying an area which is not your natural strength, because you will not be able to shine and compete against those who are already great at that area. Therefore, the first lesson is build your team based upon the talent and strength of people. If you are trying to work on a startup, which is, let's say, in biosciences, have somebody who is really, really strong in biosciences. If you are trying to develop a startup which is, let's say, in the area of agriculture, have somebody from the agriculture field so that you have that natural talent. Right? Number two, it's extremely important that you get your fundamental problem statement right. Doing thorough research is extremely important. Do your research, take your time, you don't need to rush. Collaborate with the people who are in the game of startups. There are a lot of successful startups already. Tap into the resources which are provided by the government. For example, Atal Innovation Mission. The kind of work which is happening in Atal Innovation Mission is fabulous. It's mind-blowing. Tap into those resources. Tap into the experts. There are a lot of organizations which provide these kind of help nowadays. Retired people, the experts in various areas, tap into those. So do your research thoroughly. Number three, it's extremely important to build ethics right in the beginning. Transparency, very important. You can't ignore ethics and principles and transparency, and you can't take shortcuts. Eventually, it is your reputation on which your bankers will bank on. It is your reputation on which your experts will bank on. It is your reputation on which your team members, your stakeholders, your customers, your suppliers will bank on. Never ever compromise on your reputation. Your reputation travels several miles ahead of you. Number four, most of the startups, if you go fundamentally into them, are not sold through ordinary level of thinking. They are sold or they are built around out-of-the-box thinking. Think out of the box. Think of a way which is not conventional. In fact, thinking out of the box is fundamental to building of a startup which is unique in its case, which is successful and which creates value for the stakeholders. Final point, develop resilience. Sometimes you will fail, sometimes you will make mistakes. It is okay to fail. But learn something from the mistakes, learn something from the failure, learn something from your experiences, but build that learning into your decision making. Therefore, failing fast is not bad. Failing fast is actually your learning opportunity. But incorporate that in your next decision making so that you come out of it stronger. In the end, I like to talk about a small story about Michael Jordan. Michael Jordan, and essentially, I'll like to bring home the message of thinking out of the box. Michael Jordan had a tough childhood. When he was a young boy, and for the family, it was very difficult to make two ends meet, and therefore his father wanted that everybody in the family should contribute to the earnings of the family. So one fine day, his father brings a very ugly-looking shirt home. And he says, Michael, can you sell this shirt for $1? Michael said, Dad, who will buy this shirt for $1? Ye to aisa lagta nahi hai, anybody will buy. Michael said, his father said, Michael, if you think you can, you will try and make it happen. If you think you can't, anyway you have decided. So the choice is really yours. So Michael got the message. He thought, let me give it a try. So what he did was, he washed the shirt, ironed it nicely, wrapped it up in a piece of paper, and went to the nearby municipal market. After a couple of hours of haggling, he was able to sell the shirt in $1. Few weeks later, his father brings yet another exactly similar looking shirt. And this time, the target was really high. His father said, Michael, can you sell this shirt in $20? Michael said, Dad, last time it was $1, so I could make it happen. This time it's all of a sudden $20. Who is going to buy this shirt in $20? So his father repeated the same sentence again. If you think you can, you will try to make it happen. You will try to find one way how you can make it happen. If you think you can't, anyway, you have thousands of reasons of not making it happen. Repeated the same thing again. So Michael started thinking really out of the box. And what he figured out, he has a cousin sister who is very good in painting. So what he did was, he took the shirt to his cousin sister, asked her to make a painting of Mickey Mouse on the shirt. And with the painting of Mickey Mouse on the shirt was looking very nice and bright. And then he went to an area where there was a school where the children of rich people used to come to study. And as soon as the school broke out, he held the shirt like this so that every child coming out of the school could see the shirt. And once the children started coming out, every child wanted to have that shirt. Guess what? In no time, the shirt went for $20. कहानी अभी बाकी है दोस्तों. Few weeks later, his father brings yet another similar looking shirt, and this time the target was really steep, $1,000. Michael said, Dad, you are driving me crazy. Who will buy this shirt for $1,000? First you said $1, then you said 20, all of a sudden $1,000. He again repeated the same thing. If you think you can, or if you think you can't, you know. So Michael thought really, really deep and really out of the box. And as they say that अगर किसी चीज को शिद्दत से चाहो, तो कायनात भी आपको मिलाने को लग जाती है. What he figured out was, one day there was an advertisement in the newspaper talking about a very famous movie that was going to be shown for the first time as a premiere show in the town nearby. And the advertisement also mentioned that the heroine of that movie was also going to conduct a press conference after the movie. So what he did was, he bought the ticket, went to attend the show. Along with him, he had two articles. He had the shirt, he also had the pen. After the premiere show was through, and the heroine started addressing the media, and once the media briefing was done, he made his way through the crowd, went right up to the dais, and guess what? What did he do? Autograph. In management, we call it as language of value addition. With that value addition, the shirt went for $1,000 in no time. Now just come back. What did happen? What do you learn out of the story? It's the same person. It's the same raw material. The value of the raw material is the same. What changed? What changed was the approach of Michael Jordan, because every time the challenge was high, he raised the level of his thinking to match the level of difficulty. Friends, same thing applies in the startup ecosystem. Many a times, you cannot be successful by the same level of ordinary thinking which was effective enough in the past or which worked yesterday. For being successful in the startup of tomorrow, you need to think different. You need to think like Michael Jordan. All of us have Michael Jordan in all of us. It is just a matter of thinking. I wish all of you awaken the Michael Jordan in each one of you in the way Michael Jordan thought. I wish you all the best. Thank you so much. I'm sure the day has been full of learning, and I wish you all the best in your startup dreams. God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. That was a masterclass in operationalizing vision. Thank you for distilling decades of leadership experience into such powerful and clear takeaways for our rising entrepreneurs. To extend our gratitude and present a token of appreciation to our luminary, may I please invite on stage Professor Jolly Masi and Professor Vaishali Sharma to present a token of appreciation to our esteemed chief guest. I would also like to call Mr. Santanil Das Gupta and Mr. Siddiq Azam to felicitate. Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Moving forward, it is my honor to invite our summit chair, Professor Jolly Massey, to share her reflections and closing remarks. Her insights will help us carry forward the key learnings and spirit of collaboration that have defined today's discussions. Please join me in welcoming Professor Jolly Massey to the stage.
So the first thing that I'm going to do is I'm handing over my speech to Vaishali ma'am because I want to speak my heart out today. Big thanks to all of you, our student community, our volunteers, and I would like to start my Thanksgiving ceremony with 3 golden words. Hip hip, hooray. 3 cheers to School of Management. Hip hip. Can I have some more energy? 3 cheers to School of Management. Hip hip. Amazing. So that's how my students always respond to any such amazing event that School of Management conducts. I'm so happy to have you all throughout the event, not only in high enthusiasm but highest energy levels. Let it be the student volunteer team, my dear MBA students, this year even our bachelor students from BBA and BCom participated in Leadership Summit. I would like to thank all our dignitaries, Mr. Prem Singh ji, CGDC team, our moderators, Professor Jaskiran, Professor Prashant, Professor Devinder. I would also like to thank our guests who could take out their time and make this Leadership Summit such a big success. My special thanks to MITI for becoming our co-sponsor of the event. Shri Bharat Lal ji, who could take out time and deliver an address to a student, Honorable VC sir, and entire program office for supporting us throughout. Leadership Summit is not only a journey of a day, right from deciding the topic to going back to you all and asking what should be the theme of Leadership Summit. And I still remember my business statistics classes when I did a brainstorming with you all on 2-3 topics, and you all suggested that, ma'am, why don't we do something on entrepreneurship? We need a kind of topic for Leadership Summit from where we can learn, we can get ideas, and we can carve our future. So I think the first and foremost credit to this successful event belongs to all of you, my dear students. So please have a round of applause for yourself first of all. We are not only truly blessed to have talent like you all, but we are also honored looking at the spark and high enthusiasm you all have shown throughout the event. And I would also like to thank my CGDC team, Place Com team, Food Committee, Registration Committee, volunteers, social media team, corporate research team, and my partner in crime, Professor Vaishali, who could have the courage to bear all the highs and lows of the event, and she was still there like a strong rock solid pillar, and our dear anchors for conducting the event so well. So always remember, though we are leaving this event, but the spirit of true leader, an amazing entrepreneur, and a lifelong innovator stays with each and every member of BML Munjal University. So again, I would like to end my speech with a small notion: east or west, BMU is the best. So proud of all of you. Thank you so much.
Okay, let me just keep it very, very simple, right? In one of the conferences, I heard about stand up, speak up, and shut up. So let me just pay my gratitude to all my students, right, all the volunteers, and special gratitude to my chair, right, please, Johnny ma'am, Leadership Summit of 2025, and thank you so much, everyone and each one of you. Since Jolly ma'am has already covered all the aspect of gratitude, the only gratitude I think is left of, thanking her. Professor Jolly, thank you so much. You were like a stone for this, Leadership Summit. Thank you so much, everyone, and have a lovely evening ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Jolly ma'am. Thank you, Vaishali ma'am, for such heartfelt reflections. Your guidance as the summit chair, as a co-chair, added immense depth to today's discussions and truly brought this platform to life. As we celebrate the spirit and success of this leadership summit, it's time to acknowledge the driving forces behind it, their dedication, vision, and guidance. May I now invite on stage Professor Prashant Verma to felicitate our summit chair and summit co-chair.
I would request all the volunteers to stay back for the for the felicitation ceremony.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. As we celebrate the success of this leadership summit, it's time to acknowledge and appreciate those whose subtle, significant contributions have added immense value to this event. May I now invite the following esteemed volunteers and members on the stage. We will begin with Mr. Shwetank Tandon. Mr. Shwetank Tandon, Ms. Pooja Salwan, Ms. Mithu Pandey, Ms. Divya Saini, Ms. Nisha Singh, Mr. Siddiq Azam, Mr. Santanil Das Gupta, Ms. Rubal Saxena, Ms. Nigard Tripathi, Ms. Sandeep Kaur, Mr. Pankaj Parashar, Mr. Manoj Datta, Mr. Kush Atrish, Mr. Ajay Beer Singh Solanki, and Ms. Mitali. Now, I would like to invite our volunteers. I would begin with Kashish Jain, Bilal Akhtar, Charu Tayal, D. Praneeth Aditya, N. Jitin Kumar, Shaurya Singh, Mukundan Balaji, Sanskriti Singh, Ritik Kaurav, Nikita Maheshwari, Sakshi Sachan, Aditi Arya, Ritik Kaurav, Nikita Maheshwari, following her is Sakshi Sachan, then Aditi Arya, Deepti Pandey, Astha Khandelwal, Divyang Pandit, Prince Shehrawat, Chaksu Sachdeva, I'll take it. Now I would like to invite our dedicated place commerce who have been the backbone of this event. May I please begin with inviting Miss Shriya Mehrotra, Mr. Sagar Agarwal, Mr. Kanak Singhatia, Mr. Abhishek Kumar, Miss Akansha Arora, Miss Pragya, Miss Pranjal Tripathi, Mr. Abhay Singh Rajawat, Mr. Akshay Jain, Mr. Yash Sharma, Mr. Naman Gupta, Miss Sitija Sood, Mr. Sani Muzaffar Khan, Miss Purti Gupta, Mr. Aksh Tandon, Mr. Binayak Chaudhary, Mr. Ishan Saxena, Miss Anushka Gupta, Miss Aryanshi Saluja, Mr. Allu Madhav, Mr. Atul Raj, Mr. Jianshi Joshi, Mr. Saksham Varudi, Mr. Saloni Singhal, Mr. Soumya Kumari, and Ms. Shreshti Gupta. I thank you all on behalf of the team from the Leadership Summit. Thank you so much for your commitment.